Mr. Siminya.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Today is scheduled to hear the evidence of Mr. Kaji. I see that he is in the witness box. If he may be sworn in.
Yes. Mr. Kaji, are you going to take an oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath, Chair.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Seme.
Morning, Mr. Kaji.
Good morning, Advocate Seaman.
You produced a statement that you placed before this commission.
Just bring the mic closer to you.
You produced a statement that is before this commission.
That's correct.
Yes. And the statement is made under oath.
That's correct.
And the statement is at page 995 of the bundle to page 113.
I don't have the bundle, but I have a copy of my affidavit.
You have a copy of your affidavit? Okay. In which case we will hand over.
Thank you.
Thank you. In our consultation, you said there is a message that you want to pass to the commission before your testimony is heard.
Yes, that's correct, Advocate Seaman.
May you please place that?
Sorry, can someone just put that box down? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thanks, Advocate Seaman. Commissioners, I'd just like to take this opportunity to put on record and to bring to your attention that I've been following the proceedings of this commission from day one, and it is very painful to see the prolonged delays and the challenges that this commission is facing. And it comes at a huge cost and a price for victims and families, not only those that are represented in this commission, but throughout the country who are dying to know what happened to their loved ones and what were the circumstances that led to the prevention of post-TRC investigations and prosecutions. So I'd just like to take this opportunity, Commissioners, to request that the President of this country, who has instituted this commission, not to interfere, but to intervene in all these court proceedings that are playing itself out. I follow on a daily and a weekly basis applications after applications, recusals after recusals, counsels preparing papers, countering papers, and I'm just trying to bring to your attention and to the attention of the President that as families who are traumatized of what happened during apartheid, who are traumatized as what happened at the TRC because the majority of perpetrators never came forward, who are traumatized post the TRC of not getting truth and justice. And here we have an institution, a commission that is set up to ascertain what really transpired. And the ongoing proceedings have a devastating effect on families. So I'd just like to plead to the President of this country, to the commissioners, to the evidence leaders, to all the councils, and to all the respondents, that please take into consideration that we as victims, as affected parties, must sit and watch these proceedings, and it is very painful. So I'd just like to take this opportunity, Advocate Seaman, commissioners, evidence leaders, and all the councils, that please take this into cognizance. Find a mechanism, find a way of addressing and resolving all these issues. Because the longer it proceeds and continues in this vein and fashion, it has a devastating effect on families. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaji. May you take this opportunity to introduce yourself and state your occupation.
Commissioners, my name is Imtiaz Ahmed Kaji. I'm the nephew of the late Ahmed Timol, who died in police detention. I work for the State Security Agency, previously known as the National Intelligence Agency, and I am proudly a public servant. And I think Advocate Seme, in the affidavit, it says 28 years. But with the prolonged delays of this commission, and the fact that I'm testifying now, from 28 it has moved to 29 years. And I'd like to bring it to the attention of this commission that serving my country is one of the proudest moments of my life. Because I remind myself, commissioners, on a day-to-day basis, that I'm serving my country not because President de Klerk and the Nationalist Party had a change of heart. It is because of dedication, commitment, and the struggle of men and women throughout the length and breadth of this country who fought this racist apartheid regime. We grew up in an apartheid where a white minority made rules and laws for this country, commissioners, and we had to follow. They created a government with a tricameral parliament for Indians and for Coloureds. They created Bantustans and homelands. And here, in 1997, I have an opportunity to serve one South Africa with all the people in this country. So a greatest honor and privilege, and I just like to place that on record.
Thank you, Mr. Kajim. Just to take you through, I've structured your evidence in such a way that we will first deal with the issues arising from the death of your uncle. You give us a background around that, and all of those themes are covered in your affidavit under the background section, paragraphs 4 to 10. We will also be dealing with the issue around your follow-ups with the NPA in relation to the case of your uncle, of your late uncle. Following that, we will look at the great assistance that has been delivered by civil society where there was a gap in the state, according to your view, in particular your gratitude to the Foundation for Human Rights for filling in that gap and for holding your hand through the inquest. We will then go through the section covering the inquest itself and how, again, these failures to investigate and prosecute manifested themselves post the apartheid, post the TRC process. And finally, we are going to conclude your evidence by indicating exactly the fact that, according to your view, the delays and the effort to frustrate emanated not only institutionally, but because of individual persons within the NPA. So, if there is anything that we haven't covered, I will give you an opportunity to then express that later on. But for now,
thank you.
let us follow this. You've made your plea. Can you now tell us what is the significance of this venue to you?
Commissioners, I've been attending the pre-trial hearing meetings. And as I drive through from Pretoria coming to this venue, I remind myself of three distinct institutions and features, close proximity to the Science Bono Center. The first, less than 800 meters away from here stands the notorious John Foster Square police station. It was in this building where my uncle was supposed to have been under the care of security police, where they brutally tortured him, where he was brutally tortured and his body was disposed from the roof of the building. So every time I come here, my thoughts linger back to that particular building. And I asked myself, what did the security branch police officers tell their wives when they went home that evening on the 27th of October? When their wives asked them, how was your day? What did they tell them? So this is the first thing that comes to my mind, Advocate Seaman. Secondly, also to close proximity from the Science Bono Center, the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. It was here in 1972 where Magistrate de Villiers ruled that my uncle had committed suicide, where he ruled that my grandmother was a liar. And I can only imagine the pain that my grandparents and family suffered to listen to how my uncle was character assassinated at an apartheid-era inquest, which I believe was a total farce. Advocate Seaman, the third location, how ironic. Downtown Johannesburg, 28th of April, 1996, 3 decades ago, my grandmother testifies at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And she asked the most salient questions. Who reported my uncle? What happened to him? So coming here for the pre-trial hearing meetings and to sit here 3 decades later to still ascertain why my uncle's case was not investigated at the TRC, post-TRC, and the subsequent events post the 2017 inquest. Those are issues I'm sure Advocate Seaman will address in my testimony.
Who was your uncle?
Commissioners, I was 5 years old when my uncle was killed in police detention, so I can never claim beyond what I recollect and remember. But I spent special moments with him, which remain entrenched in my mind. He was an educator. He was a family person. He was somebody from an early age who stood up in defiance against the apartheid-era regime. He was somebody, during his training at the Teachers Training College, refused to be taught in Afrikaans, where the lecturer referred to him as a bloody communist. He was a teacher at the Roodepoort Indian High School, Advocate Seaman, where he stood up for the poor. He stood up for the marginalized. He stood up against the rich and bourgeoisie community in Roodepoort. He refused to participate in Republic Day celebrations. And this is reflected in the school incident book. So this is the man that he was. Not worried about the plight of Indians, but worried about the plight of the majority of Africans in this country who was oppressed and who were marginalized.
Yes, just for the record, please name your uncle and name your grandmother for the record.
I'll do so, Commissioner Fumo. My uncle was Ahmed Timor. His mother, my maternal grandmother, Hawa Timor.
Yes, thank you.
But Advocate Seaman, he then performs a pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia, where he meets legends of the struggle like Dr. Dadu and Maulvi Kachalia. He goes to London, where he reignites his relationship with his close friends Aziz and Isuk Bahad. But there again, he continues teaching marginalized immigrant communities. He then undergoes political training in the Soviet Union with President Mbeki for a period of 9 months. When he returns, he could easily have stayed in London because he had fallen in love with Ruth Longoni. He leaves her to come back to South Africa in 1970. The most difficult, darkest times of apartheid, when the apartheid regime believed that they had crushed all forms of opposition after Rivonia. And what does he do? He sets up an underground cell of the banned African National Congress and South African Communist Party, distributing political literature, sending literature to people throughout the country, letting them know that the ANC and the Communist Party were alive and they were active. Commissioners, I think it's important for me just to, if you allow me, just to elaborate a bit further. To belong to the ANC and Communist Party, the Pan-African Congress, the Black Consciousness Movement, during that time and that era, meant signing a death warrant. It meant arrest, it meant detention, it meant death. Horrendous death. And men like him and women like him embarked on the struggle well aware that they were prepared to embrace death. So that's something that we must never forget. And this followed in the 70s and in the 80s, that we must pay tribute to young men and women who left their homes to swell the ranks of liberation movement in exile, who fought the struggle. Others who were on Robben Island. Those that fought the battles on the streets of South Africa against the might of the defense force. The international support that the ANC and the oppressed people got in terms of sanctions and boycotts and so forth. So they all contributed for us to collapse this racist minority regime. But to come back to my uncle's story, he gets arrested on the 22nd of October 1971, and it's not of relevance to this commission to go into the details. But for me, it's evident that his underground operations were compromised, and he was well aware of them, commissioners. He did not run away. He protected his brother, telling his brother to get out of town. His brother's name is Mohammed Timor, my uncle. And he gets arrested in a fortuitous police roadblock with a medical student, a former student of his at Roodepoort Indian High School, who is now a doctor, or Professor Salim Issouk. The police alleged that they found political literature in the boot of the car. At the roadblock, unaware, that he was coming with this literature. They get taken to Newlands police station. They then get brought back to John Foster Square police station. They are separated. And 5 days later, the police claimed that he had taken his life, committing suicide, jumping out of a window of the 10th floor. But during that period of 5 days, there were people throughout the country that were arrested and detained. Advocate Sime, according to media reports, this was the largest nationwide crackdown post-Rivonia. And during that period, the security police officers made numerous visits to my maternal grandparents' flat in Roodepoort. So a very difficult and painful time. And many others were arrested purely because of association with Ahmed Timor. So police claim he had committed suicide. His funeral takes place and the alleged time of death is around 10 to 4 on the 27th of October 1971. And this is what the police allege. 29th of October is his funeral. And if the apartheid regime were under the illusion that by murdering Ahmed Timor, that they would strike fear amongst the people of South Africa, they were in for a rude awakening. Because I know of comrades in the township who were politicized after hearing about the death of Ahmed Timor. Because it immediately came to them that the struggle was not only fought in the townships, it was fought also amongst Indians. His funeral attracted thousands of people of all color. I've read newspaper reports where white South Africans had written in support of the Timor family and condemned the actions of the security police. To fast forward, an inquest was held in 1972. None of the detainees who were arrested with him, who were tortured, ever testified. They were all security branch police officers, one journalist, and my grandparents. And like I've stated, Magistrate de Villiers ruled that my grandmother was a liar.
They did not testify because they were not called as witnesses. Would that be correct?
Very possible. Very possible, Commissioner Cuomo. But the reality is, the list of witnesses who testified were only security branch police officers. The person who was detained with him in the car was so severely beaten and tortured that he was comatose. So none of them, whether they were subpoenaed or they were asked or to present to come and testify, none of them testified. And the reality was that he was the 22nd person to have died in police detention, and there were many others that followed thereafter, Advocate Sima.
You then grow up, and you're 28 years old. You ask your grandmother to testify at the TRC Commission hearings. Can you tell us about that?
I was 30. 1996, I was 30. So, commissioners, my grandmother had given a statement to the TRC. And as far as she was concerned, the matter was done. They then asked her to testify, Advocate Seema, and she refused. And I think this demonstrates the special bond that I had with her. I said, Ma, it's important for you to testify. And she said, but look, I faced the cameras in 1971 for me to relive this trauma. I just convinced her. I said, Ma, it's important. When the other families attempted, they were unsuccessful. And I had absolutely no expectations, Advocate Seema, because everything that she testified at the commission, I had heard 1,000 times in the comfort of her home. Because every school holiday, I spent time with her. I read the newspaper cuttings, and she would narrate to me, because I would probe her and say, Ma, what happened? This is a time of no computers, no cell phones. So I would mentally make these notes, Advocate Seema, and she would narrate in detail what kind of a person he was. And she saw the signs of him being committed to the struggle, how they came, how they broke the news. So I said, look, it's just for you to testify. So I had absolutely no expectations when she testified.
Can I now refer you to paragraph 16 and request that you read that into the record. It is of your affidavit. It is at paginated page 1003, page 9 of the affidavit itself, and it's paragraph 16.
Yes, I have it. Thanks, Advocate Seema.
Can you read paragraph 16 into the record?
Sure. It was due to my persistence that my maternal grandmother, Howard Timol, testified during the TRC hearings on 30th April 1996 at the Central Methodist Church, Johannesburg, downtown. Appearing before Chairperson Archbishop Tutu, Vice Chair Dr. Alex Borain, and Commissioners Ms. Suka, amongst others. My grandmother cried, I quote, I ask the Almighty that I will not forget what happened and that I need to know who lodged the complaint and what happened. I will not forget what happened. I need to know, unquote.
You then say, after hearing your grandmother testify, you made a particular vow, and that is expressed in paragraph 17 of your affidavit. What was that vow?
Like I said, I was totally surprised. I was in no state of shock listening to a testimony, but I had an emotional breakdown. And as the tears rolled down my cheeks, Advocate Seema, I made a promise. I said, from this day onwards, I'm going to do something to preserve the legacy and memory of my uncle. Remember, I've got no qualifications, absolutely nothing. But I made a vow, a silent vow, that I'm going to do something. And immediately thereafter, I embarked on my first project, which was to conduct research on the life of my beloved uncle.
And were you only concerned about your uncle, or was it also about others?
Advocate Seema, I learned very early on in my life, with the time I spent with my grandmother, that she always raised issues about others who lost their loved ones. The first name that she always mentioned was somebody by the name of Suleiman, nicknamed Babla, surname Saluji. And she would always tell me, but why was there no such outcry when Uncle Babla passed away? And Advocate Seema, I would tell her, I said, but Ma, it was a different time. It was a different era in the 60s. And Uncle Babla was, I think, the third or fourth detainee who died in detention. And by the time Uncle Ahmed died in 1971, the mood in the country had changed. And ironically, I found a photograph at Suleiman Babla Saluji's funeral where my uncle was present, only to find out that 7 years later, he would follow a similar fate. So that's the first thing that I learned from her, that it was never just about her and her son. I then learned during the process of doing my research, Advocate Semia, that she had drafted a letter in her own handwriting to the mother of Dr. Neil Agate. And that confirmed in my mind that my journey must never be only about me and my uncle. It must always be about others as well. And what I had subsequently done, that when I published my book in 2005, at the same building where my uncle was murdered, I made sure that there were other victims who testified, who were part of the book launch program. For example, the wife of Dr. Neil, the girlfriend of Dr. Neil Agate, Dr. Liz Floyd, she was one of the speakers. The wife of Suleiman Babla Saluji, Auntie Ruqayya Saluji, was one of the speakers. The son of Peter Chabaleng, Umpo Chabaleng, was one of the speakers. So I had learned early on that during the course of my journey, I never be selfish and only focus about me and my uncle. That is why at every opportunity, and I will demonstrate in my evidence in chief today, commissioners, that my uncle was not the only person to have been killed brutally in police detention. And I have demonstrated that it is my job, it is my moral obligation, and my uncle would have expected of me that this gift that I have of uncovering and pursuing truth and justice is not just for Comrade Ahmed Timur, but for all the revolutionaries and the heroes and heroines of our struggle who paid the ultimate price.
I now refer you to paragraph 112 of your affidavit, which is at paginated page 1049, page 55 of the affidavit itself. And I would like you to read paragraph 112 into the record.
The heading is Assisting Other Families, Commissioners. I participated in 3 task teams post the 2017 inquest. The purpose of the task teams were to assist other families to get closure and answers on what happened to their loved ones. Even though the Timor finding had been reversed, I was of the view that together with families, we could collect information and evidence mirroring my journey of investigation to show that the loved ones and victims in other families had also died under suspicious circumstances. This was provided at no expense to any person, as I believed it was my calling. Furthermore, the manner in which my matter had been investigated was at no cost to my family or myself.
Thank you. I would like you to now take you back to the time after your grandmother had testified. So, can you tell the commission what happened to her?
Immediately after she testified, commissioners, her health deteriorated. And I'm not sure of the exact period, 12 to 13 months, but she passed on. And I spent quality time with her because I think there was a special bond that we had. But during this period, it inspired me to fulfill the vow that I had made, was that I needed to know who my uncle was. What did he stand for? What were his values and principles? Why did he become such a threat to the apartheid regime? I had to interrogate the newspaper cuttings, Advocate Semia, that I had been reading since the age of 12, that spoke about Timor mass moord, that he was going to commit mass murder. And during this process of uncovering who my uncle was, it shaped me and led me to the process of publishing a biography on my uncle. So with no qualifications, I conducted research. I located his contemporaries. I identified his political friends, and to pull the story together so that I could accomplish my first objective, which was to publish a biography on Ahmed Timur. And I've subsequently realized, Advocate Semia, that there are many legends and heroes and heroines of our struggle whose biographies have never been written. So my objective at that time was simply one, to make sure that history will recollect and will record who Ahmed Timol was. My objective at the time, and I was not equipped, was to interrogate further the police narrative of what transpired. Purely to publish a biography, and with the assistance of the late Minister Issouk Pahad, who I'm eternally grateful to, and the team that he had composed, they guided me, and we've successfully published the biography of my uncle Ahmed Timol, titled Timol, A Quest for Justice, and at the same building where he was murdered in 1971. So it was a huge victory.
Just to fast forward to today, in that same building, a commemoration was held where, according to your narration, the ministers, the current Minister Lamula, and everybody who had congregated to remember that day were not allowed permission to come in. Can you place that on record and explain to us exactly what happened?
Commissioners, we're talking October 2021. So what, 4 years after the historical Judge Motley judgment at the 2017 reopened inquest. And the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation had hosted a function to commemorate the anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the passing of my uncle. And I know they had a function at the Roodepoort Cemetery where my uncle has been laid to rest. And during the evening, there was a scheduled book launch. And we can deal with it later. I did not participate in those events. But what I subsequently found out was that despite the Kathrada Foundation making an application weeks in advance to host the event within the parameters of Johannesburg Central Police Station, formerly John Foster Square Police Station, they were denied permission. And this is what appeared in the media reports. And Advocate Sime, that it crossed my mind. Post-apartheid, democratic South Africa, we don't have access to this building after following all the protocols. And the question crosses my mind, who is in control, who is in power? And I was justified by not participating in that event because it's an insult. And I found it peculiar that the former Minister of Justice, TRC commissioners, would stand outside the perimeter of John Foster Square Police Station with placards commemorating my uncle 50 years later. And nobody questions that on what basis and who gave the authority within that police institution to deny them access to that building. It raised alarm bells in my head. And it was one of the factors that triggered me to start exploring other avenues of what is genuinely transpiring in democratic South Africa post the TRC.
So the TRC findings about what happened to your uncle, Ahmed Timol, they are contained at IAC 3 and IAC 5. Commissioners, the annexures to Mr. KJ's affidavit were unfortunately not included in your bundles. We will, after tea, serve you with the bundle that has this. But for those who have access to the online access, my colleagues, you will be able to be referred to them, but you must read it into the record because the commissioners do not have that. Can you read specifically what the TRC said about your uncle?
You want the findings, Advocate Sime?
The findings.
Okay, so that would be IAC 5.
IAC 5, yes.
Commissioners, this finding appears, like I said, in Annex
And
Bundle
if I may
IC 5.
interrupt, sorry, just to interrupt. Please take us through every one of those findings.
Okay, so this appears, Commissioners, in TRC Final Report, Volume 3, Chapter 6, Subsection 8. And I'm just going to read out to place on record. In paragraph 58, it states the following. Mr. Ahmed Timol, reference number JB 00173-03WR, died in police custody on 27th October 1971 after allegedly committing suicide by jumping from the 10th floor of the security police headquarters at John Foster Square Police Station in Johannesburg. Timol had been in detention for 5 days. He was the 22nd person to die in police custody since the introduction of detention without trial. Paragraph 59, Ahmed Timol's mother, Ms. Hawa Timol, described to the commission how she heard about her son's death. I quote, "On Wednesday 27th, in the evening, my husband and son had gone to the mosque for evening prayers, came and entered our house. One of them pushed me into a seat and then proceeded to tell me that my son Ahmed had tried to escape by jumping out of the 10th floor of John Foster Square, and that I was to tell my husband that his body was lying in the Hillbrow government mortuary. I could not believe what was being said, and in my confusion, I tried to argue that this was not true. I even remember taking them to the flat windows and saying, 'Look, how could my son have jumped out of the difficult windows at John Foster Square?' I was crying and screaming, and our neighbors came to inquire what was happening. The policeman, without further explanation, left." Paragraph 60. After Ahmed Timol's arrest, his family was severely harassed by members of the security branch who repeatedly came to their home to interrogate his parents and search the house. Paragraph 61, which is a very important paragraph, Advocate Seaman. Police officers named at Timol's inquest include Colonel Grayling, Captain Bean, Sergeant Rodriguez, Warrant Officer Kluter, Sergeant F.J. Ferreira, Sergeant M.C. Pelser, and Sergeant D.L. Carter. At the end of an 8-month inquest, Magistrate Mr. J.J.L. de Villiers found that he had died from serious brain injuries and loss of blood when he jumped from a window from the 10th floor of John Foster Square. The cause of death is suicide and nobody to blame. Commissioners, then they make a finding. This is still in paragraph 61. The commission finds that the South African police, and in particular, Colonel Grayling, Captain Bean, Sergeant Rodriguez, Warrant Officer Kluter, Sergeants F.J. Ferreira, M.C. Pelser, and D.L. Carter were directly responsible for the death of Mr. Ahmed Timol. The commission finds further that the inquest magistrate's failure to hold the police responsible for Ahmed Timol's death contributed to a culture of impunity and led to further gross human rights violations. You want me to proceed?
Fine, at the last part.
This is paragraph 62. The 3 people with whom Timol was arrested under the Terrorism Act, Mr. Kantilal Naik, there's the reference number, Ms. Amina Desai with the reference number, and Mr. Salim Isuk with the reference number, reported that they were severely tortured. Isuk was so severely assaulted that he was hospitalized. Naik, who was arrested the day after Timol on 23rd October 1971, was allegedly suspended from a beam by his arms, causing temporary paralysis. He told the commission, I quote, "Myself and Timol were both teachers at the Roodepoort Indian High School. On the morning of the 23rd, it was a Saturday morning, security policemen came to my home and said that I should take them to school as they wanted to seize the typewriter. I was then taken to John Foster Square. I made a statement, and some of the security policemen said I was talking rubbish. They started to question me. They were not satisfied with my answers, and two burly policemen were assaulting me. I think it was like a seesaw. The one punched me, and I fell to the other guy. And the other guy then, of course, punched me, and you know, it was a seesaw thing. Paragraph 63. Ms. Amina Desai, who had loaned her car to Ahmed Timur, was also arrested and interrogated at John Foster Square for 4 days. On the 4th day, she heard a commotion and furniture being overturned in a room next door. After this, Ms. Desai was taken back to the cells and was left there for 5 months. She was subsequently sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. On her release, she was placed under a 5-year banning order. And then the commission makes findings. The commission finds that the introduction of Section 6 of the Terrorism Act in 1967, which allowed for indefinite detention without trial, led to a number of deaths in detention. The circumstances of detention were such that a number of people died as a direct result of torture or found themselves in circumstances which induced them to take their own lives. The Commission consequently finds the Minister of Police, the Commissioner of Police, and the officers in charge at the security branch responsible for the deaths in detention of detainees and thus the commission of gross human rights violations. The Commission further finds the Minister of Justice and the Department of Justice directly responsible for the failure of magistrates to take account of evidence presented to them of the torture and assault of detainees by the police. The reliance by magistrates on the evidence of the police was directly responsible of creating a culture of impunity in the ranks of the police. And lastly, this led to further deaths in detention and gross human rights violations.
Thank you, Mr. Kaji. I now refer you to your statement, which is...
Yes, before you go there, because we're talking personalities, is it possible to give names to the ministers mentioned? Who was the Minister of Justice? Who was the Minister of Police at that time? Ms. Seme, can you help the witness if you have it?
I see commissioners giving me homework and research. I'll have to go and look, but I'm sure Commissioner Homo, if you're giving me homework, I'll go and look and find, because that information would be residing somewhere. And
Yes.
if it's in the TRC findings, as part of his findings, then I'm sure we can dig a bit further and identify the implicated parties as per the findings, Commissioner.
Yes, the evidence leaders will also help
Sure.
later on, but you can proceed. Thank you, Ms. Seme.
Thank you, Commissioner Homo. You will not have to wait too long. It's almost 15 minutes to tea time, and I'm watching the clock. So you'll be able to hear who those
Thank you.
personalities were. As I was saying, I'm taking you to page 1004 of the bundle, and that is your affidavit. Paragraphs 18, 19, and 20. Can you just read paragraph 18 into the record?
Yes, I'm there. This is page 1004, paragraph 18. None of the security branch officers involved in the arrest, detention, and death of Uncle Ahmed applied for amnesty, and neither was anyone subpoenaed to testify at the TRC, despite a note to that effect being endorsed and attached to the effect. And that's in ISC Bundle 2, paragraph 5. Paragraph 19, in early 2000, as I was conducting my research for my first book, I reached out to the TRC investigating officer Pichou, who handled me the TRC file on Uncle Ahmed. The file contained information collated on Uncle Ahmed's matter during the investigating phase of TRC matters. In a summary of a document dated 23rd April 1997, it lists violation details of victim Ahmed Timur and alleged security branch perpetrators that included the likes of Kemp, Vernon, and Klein, Gloy, Kruger P. and Rodriguez Joao and Van Niekerk. And this is in ISC Bundle 3. Paragraph 20, a note in the file dated 7th May 1997 discloses that Pichot met Rodriguez for an interview that lasted approximately 15 minutes. It concludes, I quote, "It is recommended that Mr. Rodriguez be subpoenaed for more detailed questioning, along with other officers involved in the case." My emphasis, and this is in ISC Bundle 2.
21.
21.
Continue.
Another note read, Joao, nicknamed Jan Rodriguez, he was a South African police member, warrant officer, who according to the police version of events, was unable to prevent Timor from jumping. Esther Stander, near Rodriguez, daughter of Joao Rodriguez, was allegedly told by her father at the age of 11 years that the police version of what happened to Timor was not true. And that's in ISC Bundle 4. Rodriguez was charged in 2021 and pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting or indecently assaulting his daughter. For almost 5 decades in his life, he had denied sexually abusing her.
22.
Paragraph 22, Pichot resigned from the TRC at the end of May 1997. The TRC did not subpoena Rodriguez or any other officers involved in the Timor case, who at that stage were all living. It is unknown whether the matter was allocated to another investigating officer after Pichot resigned, and why Rodriguez or others mentioned in the TRC report were not subpoenaed, despite a note to that effect being noted. Had the TRC subpoenaed them, we probably would have answers that my grandmother desperately needed.
23.
The final TRC report states the following on the Timor case. The Commission finds that the SAP, and in particular Colonel Greyling, Captain Bean, Sergeant Rodriguez, Warrant Officer Kluter, Sergeants F.J. Ferreira, M.C. Pelser, and D.L. Carter were directly responsible for the death of Mr. Ahmed Timor. That's in ISC Bundle 5.
Thank you. Looking back, and insofar as you state in your affidavit also, what were the expectations, or what would have been expected to happen after the TRC report?
Commissioners, my understanding is that when the investigations commenced post the TRC, I mean we're talking around 2003, the most obvious starting point investigating the Timor matter would have been looking at the TRC investigation file. The TRC makes a finding. They identify individuals directly responsible for his death. The investigation file goes into detail about perpetrators, about victims who suffered gross human rights violation. And commissioners, the most obvious aspect for me would have been for individuals assigned at the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit to have conducted interviews with all the implicated parties as per the TRC finding. That would have been the most obvious starting point for me in pursuing investigations on the Timor matter post-TRC.
Can you then take us through, from your journey, what happened when you were now trying to determine how far the investigation had gone post the TRC hearings, and what those who were responsible for doing the investigation and prosecution did?
So we've covered that in extensive detail in the affidavit, but I'll just give a quick synopsis of it, commissioners. So at the time when investigating officer Pichot gives me the file, my focal point is to focus on who my uncle was. So I could not interrogate the contents of the file at that particular time. But as I was conducting my research, I reached out to the National Prosecuting Authority, advised by Minister Pahad, to interact with Advocate Chris McAdam, who was at the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit. And I had furnished him with some information that I had already collected and shared with him. And information that was gleaned from the investigation file, the TRC investigation file. And as I continued embarking on research for the book, about a year later, I followed up again, only to be told that the investigation presented negative results.
Told by who?
By Advocate McAdam. And this is in one of the bundles where he responds. Remember, that was a time of faxes, Commissioner Homo. We were still sending faxes. So he responded when I followed up a year later on what was the status of the Timor matter.
Perhaps to just assist the Commission, the evidence that Mr. Kaji is referring to is contained at page 1007
Paragraph 29.
and paragraph 20, yes, paragraph 20, from paragraph 27, 28, 29 to 30. Thank you, Chair. So can you please proceed?
Do you want me to read, or do you want me to just give you
No,
No,
I will-
just proceed
Okay.
without reading your affidavit.
Okay, noted, Commissioner. So I reached out to Advocate McAdam, and I present him with information that was at my disposal, which I thought would assist him in pursuing the Timor matter further. And there's a list of information that I shared with him that's reflected in paragraph 29. In paragraph 30, I also reached out to the NDPP, Pululan Nunca, and also sent correspondence to other ministers to say that I'm pursuing this matter. That's in paragraph 31. In paragraph 32, 9 months later, I then get a response talking about negative results. Now, Advocate Simi, I did not pursue the matter further at that particular time because it was not my focal point. My focal point was completing the research and publishing the book. And that is why I did not interrogate the matter further. But what I subsequently found was that in 2006, that the Timor file was closed. And at that particular time, I had already published a Timor Quest for Justice. And in the book, we had successfully accessed a large portion of the inquest records of 1972 from the family lawyers. And all of that is reflected in the book. The book also provides a list of police officers that were stationed at John Foster Square during the time of my uncle's arrest. I think it's called the Register. So all this information is residing in the book. The book is published, and I subsequently find that the file is closed in 2006. And after the publication of this book, and my objective being accomplished, Advocate Seme, I then started a new phase of my journey. But to try and say that here's a biography, but I need to now start interrogating the police narrative of what transpired and what happened to my uncle. And that is where I started this new segment of my journey. To interrogate the TRC investigation file, to look at the TRC findings, to revisit the police narrative of what transpired, and that inspired me in 2009 to make a public call for the reopening of the Ahmed Timor inquest. And again, that was the time, Advocate Sime, when it was not fashionable.
To take you back to your affidavit, at paragraph 32, you talk about you following up with Advocate Chris McAdam. And this is now 2004 and 5, and there's already a case brought before the courts in the Nkadimeng matter. Can you place that fact on record?
So I then subsequently read
Paragraph 32.
paragraph 32. 9 months later, after following up with him in February 2004, I received a response from McAdam, who was now a deputy head at the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, that the information of Rodriguez and his daughter produced negative results. That's in ISC Bundle 8. He invited me to supply him with additional information so that the case could be reconsidered. Contrary to the prosecutor guiding the investigator or investigating the case, The impression that I got was that, was that they placed an onus on me to investigate the matter. And that's where I subsequently learned in the Karimeng and others versus the National Director of Public Prosecution and others, that Judge Lehodi in 2008 in his findings held at paragraph 16.2.3.3 stated the following, I quote, "Crimes are not investigated by victims. It is the responsibility of the police and prosecution authority to ensure that cases are properly investigated and prosecuted." And this is reflected in IC Bundle 9.
In the next section that we are going to deal with, we are going to explore your view, which you have shared in your affidavit and elsewhere in your in public forums where you've been interviewed, that it was the institution, the National Prosecution Authority, had the responsibility to investigate and prosecute. But particularly in your case, it was not political interference, but rather it was the ineptitude and the negligence of those who were in charge with the investigation or tasked with the investigation and prosecution of your uncle's matter. And you say this because in your case particularly, the issue that arose was not about the absence of investigators, but rather negligence. Can you take the Commission into confidence and explain further on this view?
Would this not be an opportune time to adjourn before you cover that aspect of his evidence, Ms. Seme?
I agree, Chair.
I think we'll adjourn for tea and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you, Ms. Seme.
Commissioners, Commissioner Homer had asked who were the ministers at the time. We have investigated. The Minister of Police at the time was Minister Muller, and the Minister of Justice was Minister Pelser in 1971.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Kaji, before we left for tea, you were discussing your view, having looked at all of this and where you're at, and particularly the investigation that was done in respect of Mr. Timol's death, and the investigation that was done by Advocate Chris McAdam. The view that you hold now is that there is a distinction between the institution itself and those who were participating within the institution. So there is the NPA, and then there were the main drivers of the investigation and prosecution of TRC case. In this respect, Mr. Chris McAdam and Mr. Ackerman. And you position this within the larger context of the change in South Africa. Can you please take us through that view?
Commissioners, so I had to now revisit what transpired, because at that particular time I did not comprehend and it was not my focal point. And what I found was that post-1994, there's an entire history of how former prosecutors from the Attorney General's office now are moved and relocated under the newly created National Prosecuting Authority. And the head of the National Prosecuting Authority is an ANC figure, Mr. Bulelani Muka. But under him, persons appointed, specifically in the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, to investigate and prosecute TRC cases, are former apartheid era bureaucrats. In terms of the 2003 proclamation signed by President Mbeki, Anton Ackerman is appointed. Advocate Chris McAdam is appointed. So the same prosecutors who were responsible for prosecuting our comrades during apartheid, post-1994, are supposed to feel and have a grasp for the pain that we had endured, and we are expected to have total faith in them, people who supported the apartheid regime in maintaining and upholding apartheid. So in other words, in my view, Commissioners, Advocate Seme, they are, as they say, judge, jury, and executioner. They are expected to prosecute their own former colleagues, people that they work closely with. And I began to see a pattern that triggered me. And especially in view of my uncle's matter, and the information that was surfacing in the different memoranda, which Advocate Chris McAdam was now presenting at the 2017 inquest, at the full court hearings in 2019, with memoranda that he was now attaching to his affidavit, that there was absolutely no investigation conducted. They did not look at the TRC file. They did not consider the TRC findings. They did not interview none of the police officers stationed at John Foster Square Police Station. They followed up on a single lead, which we can elaborate later. And subsequently, we then find out that the lead that they'd ignored about the version from João Rodriguez's daughter ultimately led us to find Rodriguez in 2017. So the initial view, Advocate Seme, that I had which I believe at that particular time was that there was political interference. And I mentioned this in my 2017 affidavit. But subsequently revisiting history, from my perspective, from my lens, from my experiences that I will unpack later, I started holding a differing view, that this was due to the conduct of individuals at the NPA, and no longer supporting the view, as demonstrated in the Timor matter, that there were no issues around capacity, there were no issues about resources, there was no issues around alleged political interference. It was simply summed up to inaptitude and a lack of appetite to thoroughly investigate the death and murder of my beloved uncle.
And in your affidavit, you mention the investigation that you did when you were looking, if we go to the TRC, at the paragraphs referring to the post-2017 inquest, maybe without even making reference to it, that there is an interesting link between how Advocate Tori Pretorius, who was the prosecutor and involved in the inquest in 2017, and the conduct of Chris McAdam and Ackerman, to that links to the statement that Tori Pretorius had made, and in a letter he had written to President F.W. de Klerk. Can you take the commissioners into confidence and please, I will point you to the paragraph. For now, just detail to the commissioners the investigation, including Jacques Paul.
Commissioners, I read in a publication by Jacques Paul, where he asserts that Dr. Tori Pretorius, Advocate Seme can help me, I think around the early 90s, where he had written a letter to President de Klerk talking about taking out insurance policies. And my take of it, after reading the reference to Dr. Pretorius, is that he was simply saying, I think in Afrikaans they use the word kerels, which means colleagues, that if you pursue these matters further, there will be some sort of insurance policy that we have against you. And this is something subsequently, Advocate Seme, that I've heard in the testimonies presented earlier, that if you come after us, we will come after you.
Just to, for the record, Pairs, what specific testimony are you referring to when you say in previous testimonies that if you come after us, we will come after you?
Look, I think a very critical juncture was at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, where the former head of NIS, Dr. Neil Barnard,
What is NIS?
the former intelligence agency, the National Intelligence Services, Advocate Seme and Commissioners, when Dr. Barnard testified, in my view, he sent a very veiled threat, where he commented and he said, there are many that are holding senior government positions that work for us. And that's a very serious and a very substantial comment that he made. And my understanding is as follows, Advocate Seme. He was telling people from the liberation movement, holding government positions, that we know that you work for us. And we can disclose at any particular point that you work for us. And this was echoed by the Police Commissioner Johan van der Merwe and General Constant Viljoen, who went to great lengths to try and convince President Mandela not to pursue with the TRC, with the same argument that if you charge us, we will charge you. But Barnard's threat is profound. And in my view, he had successfully accomplished his objective, because many holding government positions kept quiet and never asked to pursue the killers of our loved ones. But let's place the scenario. You have so-called struggle credentials, commissioners. Now you are appointed in a government post-1994, holding senior positions. And Barnard tells you that you work for us. Would you, holding that position, stand up on a public platform and say, let us find the killers of Ahmed Timur. Let us find the killers of Bantu Stephen Biko. Let us find the killers of Neil Agate. Let us find the killers of the Craddock Four. So he sent a veiled threat to them that you need to keep quiet. Don't pursue this matter further. And my experience, my research, commissioners, is that he succeeded. And that is why the overwhelming majority were very happy and comfortable when TRC matters disappeared off the radar. Because this issue of reopening the past was not welcome by people from all sectors and all quarters. And that is why, Advocate Seme, my experiences and the experiences of many other family members, where we are consistently told we are stuck in the past, they tell us to move on. Others have the audacity to tell us that it's time to make money. Your uncle would have wanted you to make money.
Time to eat, our time to eat.
Time to eat, Commissioner Homo. Others would tell you, we never joined the struggle to become poor. So when we, as families and survivors, raise these issues, we are confronted with obstacles from all quarters, those within our own ranks. And look, at the end of the day, commissioners, we all have our prerogatives of how we deal with the past. Some it's too painful, they don't want to reopen it. And I respect all their views. Some want reparations because they lost a breadwinner, and they're entitled to do so. Some want truth and justice. Others want only posthumous awards and to stand at political platforms, coming to elections and shouting, long live and viva. But very few will come and say, let's ascertain the truth. Because then they will tell you it's too painful. So we are confronted with these challenges all the time. But Barnard's threat, Advocate Seaman and commissioners, I think was profound. And that argument started already at the TRC, that we know who you are. If you come after us, we'll come after you. We know about the gross human rights violations that you had inflicted. We will charge you for the landmine explosions, for the killings in the country. So in that way, if you were compromised, why on earth would you pursue these TRC matters? Why would you support investigations and prosecutions? So it served the interests of many individuals from either side of the political divide, that these matters have a subsequent quiet, silent death. And that is why the reopening of the Timor inquest in 2017, with the assistance of civil society, which I will always add, is very profound. It opened a new chapter, and a chapter that makes people worried from the highest office. Because there's always a possibility that details and evidence will emerge, that it were comrades who were in the ranks with, in the trenches with our loved ones, who were compromised, and the information that they had given to the apartheid era handlers had resulted in the death of our loved ones. So I hope that addresses the question.
It does. I just want to take you back also, and now with the paragraph numbers in mind, and this is paragraph 84 of your affidavit. It's paginated page 1034. And here you tell us more about those who were tasked with investigating your uncle's murder. And you locate them within a particular historical paradigm. Can you read paragraph 84, 84.1, and 84.2 into the record?
Yes, I'll do so. 84.1, McAdam was the Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions in the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit located in the office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, that was the first respondent. I ascertained that he was the previous Deputy Attorney General in KwaZulu-Natal and head of the KZN DSO, which is the Directorate of Special Operations, also known as the Scorpions, before being transferred to become one of PCLU's deputies.
Perhaps in that context, you would like to elaborate what that meant for you as you now look back at the view of political interference and the view that you now hold of the undermining of the NPA by those who acted within the NPA.
Look, Commissioners, it is very clear, as I've indicated in my affidavit, that the ANC's Bulelani Ngcuka is appointed the NDPP. But the work, the responsibility of investigating and prosecution is assigned to somebody who comes from the Attorney General's office.
And what does that mean when you say comes from Attorney General's office, particularly in the context of KwaZulu-Natal?
We all know the levels of violence in KwaZulu-Natal that was unleashed from the 80s, which continued post-1994. And we know that that was attributed to state-sponsored third force violence, which is well documented and published in the Truth and Reconciliation reports. So the appointment of this prosecutor, who supported the apartheid regime, who prosecuted comrades, I find it very difficult to imagine that after 1994 he had a complete transformation. A complete transformation, and he would understand and dedicate and have the appetite to investigate and prosecute post-TRC cases.
Can you read paragraph 84.2 into the record?
Sure. This is Dr. Tori Pretorius was the acting special director of the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, and he was also the evidence leader for the state at the 2017 reopened inquest. Neither McAdam nor Pretorius made any disclosure about any political interference during the re-inquest proceedings as of 2017, when I stated that the NPA did not perform its functions.
84.3.
I read that Pretorius had in 1993 penned a personal letter to President F.W. de Klerk warning him about the great insecurity that existed in the armed forces, about a Nuremberg-type scenario that could follow the dawn of democracy. In his letter, he went on to caution that those targeted by General Steyn and Goldstone commissions had taken out, I quote, insurance policies in the form of documentary evidence, unquote, that they threatened to release in the event that they were made scapegoats. Pretorius went on to remind de Klerk of the president's words to him and another advocate. And in Afrikaans he says, Kerels, ons het genoeg probleme soos dit is. Julle moet nie vir ons nog probleme gee nie. Translated, guys, we have enough problems as it is, so please do not give us more, unquote. It is important to note that this is the same Pretorius that was appointed in the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit in the Office of the National Director of Public Prosecution, who then alleged political interference that prevented him from prosecuting TRC cases.
Now, you had already contextualized the backing for the view that it would have been difficult institutionally for the NPA to investigate with vigor and prosecute with vigor those who were guilty of gross human rights violation. What is your understanding of what it meant when President de Klerk says to Pretorius, they have enough problems as it is, please do not give us more?
When Pretorius, not President.
So Pretorius went on to remind de Klerk of
Yes.
the president's words to him, to another advocate. So those words were by Mr. de Klerk to Pretorius.
I wanted to remind the clerk of the president's words.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as it says, we have enough problems, so please don't give us more. Which is saying that they've got challenges. They've got enormous challenges. And the emphasis for me, Advocate Seme, is the insurance policies in the form of documentary evidence. Is blackmailing.
Let the sleeping dogs lie.
Commissioner Komo, you've said it. And it's a threat. And this is the person who is appointed to investigate and prosecute our cases. The other emphasis, Commissioners and Advocate Seme, is on the issue of Nuremberg, which I've heard has been discussed here by previous witnesses. That the intention was, Nuremberg, you hang everybody. So Pretorius is simply saying, be careful. We've got the evidence. So enough suspicion and doubt around the conduct of Dr. Pretorius. Only for him then to be appointed in this sensitive position. And we are supposed to have trust and faith in him to conduct post-TRC investigations and prosecutions.
Thank you, Mtias. If I can just take you to paragraph 85 of your affidavit. Paragraph 85, you now refer to the matter of Rodriguez. In that matter, before we even go to it, what was Advocate Dori Pretorius' role in that matter, and what happened subsequent to the 2017 inquest?
So Commissioners, Advocate Seme, Dr. Dori Pretorius is the lead prosecutor for the state in the 2017 Timor inquest, right?
Yes.
And we now know the outcome of the inquest of that, where Judge Motley reversed the verdict from a suicide to murder. But post the inquest, I subsequently follow up with Dr. Pretorius, based on the findings of Judge Motley, that the conduct of the 3 security branch police operatives must be investigated further. So I reach out to Dr. Pretorius and start putting pressure on him to say that they must open up cases against the 3 of them. And I turn to Dr. Pretorius for regular updates on the status of the investigations, Advocate Seme.
What then happens when you turn to him? What does he say?
Well, Commissioners, for the first 6 months after the inquest, I literally get the runaround. And I think my dogged persistence and the tenacity of not giving up, I maintain the paper trail, I follow up diligently. And for 6 months, I'm told that the docket is moving up and down, from the South Gauteng office to the NPA offices.
Perhaps to contextualize, that docket was in connection with what specifically?
So the reason that I followed up, Commissioners, was based on the findings made by Judge Motley.
Yes.
It was not my own whims and wishes. Judge Motley made a clear finding against the 3 security branch police officers. And for me, it was critical that the 3 of them had the answers of what really transpired, leading to the death of my uncle,
Yes.
because of the evidence presented at the 2017 inquest. So for me, the matter was not closed. And the 3 had to be held accountable, because I believe the answers resided with the 3 of them. So based on Judge Motley's findings, I pursued the matter further.
You state this at paragraph 73 of your affidavit. If you can just read it, maybe read it from paragraph 72. And that is paginated page 1028 of your affidavit.
Sure. So the heading, Commissioners, is post-2017 inquest. The subheading states Rodriguez in paragraph 72. My elation at having the original inquest findings overturned was short-lived. I pursued the NPA to register cases for investigating against Rodriguez, Els and Sons, as per Judge Mortle's findings. Dockets were registered for investigation against the 3 security branch members on the 20th of October 2017.
If you can just stop there. What does Judge Montle find against these 3 security
So,
branch officials?
so Judge Mortle issues the verdict on the 12th of October 2017. And if I can paraphrase against Else and Sons, he's saying that they had lied under oath. And they should be investigated for perjury, if my memory serves me correctly. And Rodriguez had placed himself at the crime scene. And if I, again, stand to be corrected, charged for defeating the ends of justice. So the findings were clear. And my understanding, Advocate Sime, is that when we have an inquest or we have any court proceedings and findings are made, the onus is then on the responsible government department, which is the NPA, to implement those findings. Otherwise, there'll be no purpose for us having courts throughout the country. So that was the basis. And I took the initiative because I felt it was important that the matter was not just good. Yes, it was profound, the verdict was reversed, but it was about accountability of the 3. And hence, I pursued the cases against the 3.
And I'm drawing this to complete the picture of your view on the work of Advocate Pretorius and his position within the PCLU and post that. Because now it is 2017. You are still expecting accountability. You expected accountability when the TRC Commission concluded its job. Your version is that you did not get that accountability. Now, in 2017, it is the same persons who are involved with the PCLU, and you still do not get the pursuing of the investigation and the prosecution of TRC-related matters. Can you now refer to paragraph 73 and read that into the record?
However, the initial positive news from Dr. Pretorius, the then acting Special Director of Public Prosecutions of the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, on the cases that had been registered for investigation, turned to frustration. He was also the senior counsel and the evidence leader at the 2017 reopened inquest. For the next 6 months that followed, I was given the runaround as I inquired about the status of the investigation on Rodriguez. The docket for Rodriguez was investigated by Captain Nell. This is Captain Ben Nell, the same investigating officer who testified at the reopened Timol and Agate inquest. I say, see paragraph 141 of this affidavit, as were the dockets of Else and Sons. Only later were the dockets of Else and Sons reallocated. However, even at this stage, the case was dealt with by the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit. In my view, all the evidence that was necessary for a prosecution was elicited at the reopened inquest. To me, it was simply a matter of collating the information from the inquest, and once a decision was taken to have Rodriguez indicted. The Rodriguez docket was eventually given to the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP in South Gauteng, Advocate Andrew Chauke, to decide on the matter. At the end of the day, the Else and Sons matters remain with representations. That's a component within the NPA, until a decision was taken to decline to prosecute in 2022. So the cases are open 20th October 2017. And when we deal with the Else and Sons matter, in 2022, a decision gets taken where, for declining to prosecute.
Thank you.
Who declines to prosecute DPP Andrew Chauke?
No, Advocate Commissioner Khomo. DPP Chauke is now responsible for the docket of Rodriguez.
Yes.
And we'll deal with the Rodriguez matter. The issue of Else and Sons remains within the NPA, but is now handed over from the PCLU to the Representations Department, the Representations Division. And I think we'll unpack it in the bundles there. They, in 2022, Commissioner Khomo, they decline not to prosecute.
I thought a specific person declined to prosecute. I thought I would get a name from
Yes, we have, I'm
It's
guided by, for Advocate Sime, there's memorandums there.
Yes,
We will deal, yeah,
we will deal
in-
with it at that stage.
stage,
It was Advocate Jeffrey Lidwaba who declined, but we will get to that.
Okay.
I was just completing the picture of the involvement of Tory Pretorius before
Yes.
moving into McAdam, in line with the witness's view that it was actually individuals within the NPA who stalled the investigation and prosecution of TRC cases. So I'm
Okay.
harking back now to McAdam, and
Okay.
and we are getting to that evidence. So you write the book, you do the research, you then find out that McAdam is responsible for the file and will follow up with the investigation. I now want to take you to paragraphs 27 of your affidavit, where you deal with this issue of following up with the NPA. And on the paginated pages, it is
1007,
1007.
and that's paragraph 27.
Yes.
So the heading, Commissioners, is follow up with the NPA and the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, also referred to as the PCLU. In 2002, I located one of my uncle's interrogators and alleged perpetrator, Captain Johannes Henrik Gloy, and he had 3 telephonic conversations with him. He was dismissive and unhelpful. He asked me to read the 1972 inquest findings that found that my uncle had committed suicide. He stated that there was no need for him to have applied for amnesty, as there was no case against him. Gloy also remarked that my grandparents spoke a bunch of lies about their son being beaten and tortured. He asked that I refrain from calling him and threatened to get a court order against me. I elaborate further in paragraph 35 of this affidavit.
So who was Gloy again? Just to remind the commission.
Commissioners, Captain Gloy was one of the senior interrogators responsible for interrogating my uncle during the 5 days of detention at John Foster Square Police Station. And the transcripts of the 1972 inquest confirmed that he was the most senior. He and Van Niekerk, which I will discuss later, Johannes Zachariah Van Niekerk, were the lead or senior interrogators of my uncle during his detention ordeal.
And what happens when you complete these discussions with Gloy? You then go to Minister Pahad. This is at paragraph 29 of your affidavit 1007.
That's correct.
Yes, can you read that into the...
In May 2003, the late Minister Isupad in the presidency referred me to the Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Chris McAdam, when I furnished him with an extract from Advocate George Bezo's book, No One to Blame, in a chapter called Indians Can't Fly, a Sunday Times article written by Ivor Power, who I've identified to be the author of the Browse Mole report. And this is outlined in paragraph 220.9 of this affidavit, on the death of Uncle Ahmed. Transcripts of the TRC hearing, input from detainees and details of SAP members involved in Uncle Ahmed's interrogation, and photographs of my uncle's body. I also informed him that I had the contact details of Isop, who was in the United Kingdom and who could assist the investigation. Isop was detained with my uncle, who was comatose. Lastly, I shared the information from Picho's file pertaining to Rodriguez's daughter with McAdam. And between May 2003 and December 2003, I heard nothing from the National Prosecuting Authority.
So what would you have expected after having shared all of this information? What kind of investigation, or commonsensically, what do you think ought to have happened? You've given over the TRC file. It identifies the perpetrators. You've also given the details of Esop, who is in the UK. What did you expect to happen? What steps did you think McAdam should have taken or ought to have taken?
I need to just correct, I did not give him the TRC file. I just shared the information with him from the TRC file about Rodriguez and the daughter. My simple understanding was, with information that I had furnished commissioners, Advocate George Bezos' book, a renowned advocate who had represented families for decades, where he had dedicated a chapter called Indians Can't Fly, a crude term coined by the security branch, would have had a valuable amount of information. The details of other witnesses, photographs of the body. So the most obvious step would have been was to pursue the information that I had presented, interview the relevant people, collect the information that was presented, and advance the investigation with the information that was presented.
Instead, what did you get?
Well, when I followed up, I think in
It's paragraph 32.
in paragraph 32, after I followed up in February 2004, I received a response from him simply saying that the information about Rodriguez and the daughter provided negative results. Now, commissioners, it's important to understand that at that particular point, when I communicated with McAdam and the NPA, my focal point was publishing the biography on my uncle. So this was a process of communicating with the NPA, the unit responsible, mandated to investigate and prosecute TRC cases. But what subsequently transpired was that McAdam simply came back to me and said, look, if I have further information, I must furnish it. And I did not pursue the case further.
So I refer you now to paragraph 33 of your affidavit, paginated page 1009. Can you please read that into the record?
McAdam, in his memorandum, made no mention of any further investigation pertaining to the leads that I had submitted. That is, the transcripts of the TRC hearing, input from detainees, details of SEP members involved in Uncle Ahmed's interrogation, and photographs of his body that might have been relevant to an expert or specialist forensic pathologist. That's in IC Bundle 8. Nor was there any mention made of any further investigation that McAdam did or could have directed to obtain, to either support or refute the suicide allegation. Hence, in my view, the NPA failed me dismally. Working later with the NPA and DPCI, that's within SEPS, I now have a better understanding of how investigations are presently undertaken with guidance and accountability from the prosecutor. Hence, I found no evidence that this was done in my uncle's matter.
And again, you say here, in my view, the NPA failed me dismally. In this respect, who in the NPA are you referring to?
Well, the nodal point or the contact person that I was interacting with was Advocate Chris McAdam.
Did Mr. Adam, at any stage in 2004 relating to your case, tell you that there was a challenge with resources to investigate your uncle's?
Commissioners, absolutely none, and I think this is documented in the memoranda that he's attached. But nowhere does he make any reference to issues about capacity, resources, absolutely nothing. He simply responds in the memo, in his facts, and concludes by saying that if I have further information, I must make it available.
Did Mr. McAdam at any stage indicate that he was politically pressured to not follow through with the investigation of the death of Mr. Ahmed Timur?
Absolutely no.
At paragraph 34 of your affidavit, if you can just read that into the record.
So this is on page 1010. McAdam also made no mention of Isup, this is Dr. Salim Isup, ever been approached until 2016 when the inquest was reopened. One would have assumed that as the only detained person to have last seen Uncle Ahmed alive and who was arrested with him, at least a consultation and the obtaining of an affidavit from Isup would have been the first port of call. I believe that McAdam, as a prosecutor, would have guided the investigator to obtain an affidavit from Isup and other detainees. To the best of my knowledge, this was not done. the onus was on me to investigate the matter further. After Rodriguez died in 2021, I successfully applied in terms of the Promotion of Access to Information Act, the PAIA, for a copy of the criminal case docket. After perusing it, I noted how a thorough investigation had been guided before charging Rodriguez. In my view, the effort exhibited by the NPA and DPCI prior to 2017 and before charging Rodriguez was nothing short of disgraceful for those whose core function it was to investigate crime and prosecute criminals.
You seem to be making a distinction between the period before 2021 and the period before then, rather. What is that distinction about? The distinction about the investigation that then took place after the inquest was held and the matters were removed from PCLU to a new unit of the NPA.
So let's put this in context, Commissioner. So from 2003 till 2015, the Timor file is closed by the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit. After I enlist the support of civil society and the Foundation for Human Rights, which we can discuss later, we make an application to the NPA to reopen the inquest. So the work is primarily done by us. And on that basis, the NDPP, Sean Abrams at the time, through the Minister of Justice, reopens the Timor inquest. We subsequently have the inquest with Judge Motley making the finding. Then, for the 6 months period, Advocate Seme, as I've outlined earlier, I have this runaround. The docket ends up, Commissioner Khomo, on the desk of DPP Chauke, which we can unpack later. And within a short period of time, Rodriguez is charged. Now, it's important to make the distinction that the work is done not by the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit. It's by the DPP's office, South Gauteng, Johannesburg, under the watch of the DPP Chauke. And it is his office that charges Rodriguez on the 30th of June 2018 for defeating the ends of justice. And when he's charged, the NPA and the state is ready to proceed with the criminal trial. We now know that in many instances people are charged and then it takes another 6 months and a year for the state to be ready, to prosecute. But here the state was ready. So for me, these were the clear early indicators that there was a shift. That when the matter was removed from the PCLU, it went to DPP Chauke, assigned to a prosecutor who has no affiliation to the PCLU. In a short period of time, 3 months, a docket is prepared, Rodriguez is charged. And once Rodriguez is charged, we will then discuss the issue of the full court and the Supreme Court of Appeal and so on. So there was a clear distinction, in my view, that there was now something different happening. And we can elaborate on that further once TRC cases were removed from PCLU and handed over to the new TRC component.
I now refer you to paragraphs 50.1 of your affidavit, and it's paginated page 1018 of your affidavit. Can you read that into the record and then take us through quickly?
Okay, so that's paragraph 50.1.
Yes.
After studying an internal memorandum dated 4th February 2016 from McAdam to Pretorius, where the heading states opinion, reopening of Timor/Agate inquest, that's IC 11. The following facts emerge. McAdam again referred to my alleged information on Rodriguez, his daughter, and Powell, stating that I was not only satisfied with the explanation provided, but I was now confused with what both journalists Powell and TRC investigator Pico stated. If McAdam only read the Timor TRC file and he interviewed Pico, he would have had the full details of what transpired. Rather, he deflected towards me that I was, quote, supposed to be confused, unquote, on the information provided. McAdam further, what you call, provides an update on the Timor investigation, where he says that Captain Nell was requested to canvass availability of other witnesses. In other words, police officials, medical doctors, and members of the deceased family. It then later emerged that the only witness that Nell located, this is for the 2017 inquest, was Neville Else. It was the same Ben Nell, commissioners, who then testified at the reopened Agate inquest, where he was called a farrier, a sellout, by his colleagues for investigating TRC cases, and this elaborated in paragraph 141. McAdam also in his memorandum identified other detainees who were never called as witnesses to shed more light on the matter. One was Mr. Pahad, who was allegedly arrested from my uncle's interrogation. Also in his affidavit in the 2017 inquest, he had tasked Madeleine Fullard, who I believe worked in the missing task teams unit at the NPA, to draw the files of, amongst others, Nasim Pahad, and in brackets, if available. That's in bundle IC 13. In the Rodriguez indictment in bundle IC 19, Pahad was listed as one of the witnesses who was to testify in the matter between the state and Joel Rodriguez. Details of Pahad's alleged arrest as a result of my uncle's interrogation will not be known, as Rodriguez's criminal trial never commenced due to his passing. Fullard from the missing task team unit had also undertaken to establish whether Gordon Winter, who claimed in his book to have first-hand knowledge of the Timor incident, was alive and where he was residing. Fullard's findings remains unknown. He also states that in my uncle's matter, that there were indications that the evidence may be located in the UK, in the United Kingdom, that would have to be accessed through a mutual legal assistance MLA process. It remains unclear as to what evidence in the UK is McAdam referring to. So this is all new information that is presented in this memorandum that is now attached in his affidavit in the 2017 inquest.
And this memorandum was never shared with you or given to you at any stage
Absolutely
prior
not.
to that?
Absolutely not.
As you were asking McAdam and following up with him, he never detailed any of this.
The last communication, Advocate Senior Commissioners, if I remember, was in 2004 when he said, if I have new information, I must furnish it to him. There was no further communication, no updates. I subsequently heard later in the memoranda that he had attached, that the Timor file was closed in 2006. So I heard nothing further from the NPA after his last communication.
And again, on this issue of Advocate Chris McAdam being in charge of the PCLU or the main person within the PCLU, in connection with another matter, Agate specifically, you make a remark that there was just concern about what you consider trivialities, a comparator that investigating the cause of someone's death is less worthy because it would constitute printing 8,500 pages. And you state this at 50.2, paragraph 50.2 of your affidavit. Can you read that into the record?
On the Agate investigation, McAdam confirmed that the inquest records were available on the WITS website. However, downloading the 8,500 pages would place an extreme burden on the officer's printing facilities, unquote. Agate's detention file was uplifted, but it contained no relevant information. McAdam noted that despite Conrad's passing on, Whitehead was still available. These were Dr. Neil Agate's interrogators. And he then states, which I quote, would clearly be affected by the reopening of the inquest. He would be entitled to legal representation, access to relevant material, and the right to challenge any new evidence. So it is evident that he is concerned about alleged perpetrators responsible for the death of Dr. Neil Agate. And in my mind, Commissioners, the analysis that is then made is that he's sympathetic, not to us, not to families. He's concerned about the rights, about alleged perpetrators responsible for the death of Comrade Dr. Neil Agate, which raises serious concerns in my mind.
And again, in this matter, the investigations or the difficulty with the investigation are merely printing paper and not the absence of resources to investigate.
Absolutely. And my understanding is that the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit is located in the office of the NDPP. So this is what he deposes, the challenges around printing.
At paragraph 50.3 of your affidavit, can you read that into the record?
This is on page 1020. He also explained that the Timol and Eket matters were not receiving the attention of the PCLU as a result of operational constraints that commenced since October 2015. Advocate Bukau, this is Susan Bukau, was assigned to an urgent espionage-related case, and there was uncertainty around his position due to the NDPP on 8 October 2015 indicating that he had not cancelled his appointment as the OECD foreign bribery prosecutor. McAdam concluded that it was inappropriate at that stage to reopen the Timol and Eket inquest. It appeared to him on what was placed before him that Dutton, so this is the private investigator appointed by the Foundation for Human Rights to assist in the Timol and Eket matter, that Dutton had conducted a comprehensive investigation that justified all the relevant factors that needed to be taken into consideration by both the NPA and the presiding officers of the inquest. However, McAdam found it to be inappropriate to accede to the request to reopen the inquest prior to the conclusion of the DPCI investigations and the NPA deciding to prosecute.
What does this say to you in the context of all the correspondence and the communication that you had received to McAdam around 2003 and 2004?
Commissioners, for me, this is quite clearly revealing the kind of game that McAdam was playing. Conveniently not been available, then been available. When the work is done by Frank Dutton and the team from the Foundation for Human Rights, he then passes comments and opinions that we're not ready. But it is his function and his mandate. So he appears, then he disappears, then he reappears, and then he raises concerns about work done outside of the NP. And this raises serious concerns and questions about his integrity and about his level of commitment to execute the mandate of prosecuting and investigating TRC cases.
And without going there, due to the constraints of time, you have read the affidavit, the in-camera affidavit of Nokuthula Simelane. And can you just, from the top of your head, tell the Commissioner what that pointed out in respect of McAdam to you?
Commissioners, I had a glance of that in-camera, I think it was in Kadimeng at that time, in relation to the disappearance of her sister, Nokuthula Simelane. And my initial glance of that particular in-camera hearing is that the likes of McAdam and Pretorius are consistently involved in this matter. From 1996, when that notorious building was still called John Foster Square Police Station, a case was opened. And again, I don't have the full details of that matter because I did not investigate it. But there's a clear pattern when one interrogates the memoranda and the internal communication in that matter, that McAdam and Pretorius are involved. It was a legal resources center that was representing the family at that particular time, from what I can recollect. And the usual story, not sufficient information, not enough information, following up on a witness, then finding a scene where possibly the remains are, then not having sufficient information to reopen the inquest, then to charge, then not to charge. So for me, there's a clear pattern that you play this thing between NPA, DPCI, NPA, you let the family's legal counsels run from one pillar to the other pillar, and at the end of the day, alleged perpetrators pass on, which we can deal with later in the Eket matter and in the Hafiji matter. So when I'm reading this, and based on my own experiences, there's a clear picture emerging in my mind, based on my experiences, that these individuals within the NPA are playing this game where they move you from pillar to post. They'll tell you it's DPCI, and you got no access to DPCI. And the councils will write letters, and they will respond back, and I didn't say this, and you said that. At the end of the day, the perpetrators pass on, and in my view, the mission is accomplished, that they are not held accountable.
And you referring to those two people, but did you come across the name Lisk in the matter of Nokutula Similan?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Commissioner Homo, if Lisk was involved in the, he could be, but I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I'm not sure.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kaji. I now take you to the section where we deal with the great assistance that you have received from civil society, particularly the assistance of the Foundation for Human Rights, who really held the hand of the Timol family and must be commended for the work that they did to assist you in ensuring that the inquest into Ahmed Timol's murder is done. I want you to place that on record.
You have paragraphs, or you want me to speak about it?
No, just to speak about the great
Look.
assistance and how
Look,
the Foundation for Human Rights
sure.
was instrumental, not only in your case, but has been instrumental in many other cases to fill the gap where there wasn't assistance coming from the state in respect of the deaths of the loved ones of families.
Sure. So, commissioners, after publishing the 2005 book, I'm already warned by people close to me that pursuing the Timor matter is going to create problems. But I'm convinced that there are missing pages in this book that must be explored. And hence, I start a new process of investigating and researching. And in 2009, I called for the reopening of the Timor inquest. If I recollect, my first interaction with the Foundation for Human Rights was in 2012, where I approached TRC Commissioner Yasmin Suka. I don't think I was prepared or ready to proceed in the relationship. I retreated and I continued with my investigations pertaining to ascertain what happened to my uncle. When I returned to them, Advocate Sime, around January 2015, I was armed and I was ready. So I did not just come and say, Foundation for Human Rights, please help me. I conducted investigations. I had the information from the first book. I was now much more focused and concentrating on dealing with the issue of the reopening of the inquest. And I presented my research, my investigation to the Foundation for Human Rights. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a human rights lawyer. I'm not a TRC commissioner. I don't have the necessary skills in that domain. And I literally presented them, in my view, of something similar to a docket. And the FHR then, through Masuka, got Mr. Howard Vani and got Mr. Frank Dutton to take the information that I had furnished and then converted that into a application to be made to the NDPP Abrams to reopen the Timor inquest.
Would it have been possible for you to have the inquest opened without the assistance of the FHR?
Impossible. How? I'm not a legal person. I don't have the funding. I don't have the how do I take my investigation and convert it to an application to be presented to the NDPP? It's impossible.
In our consultation, you said you have a message of gratitude that you want to extend to them.
I've done that consistently. I've done it privately. I've done it publicly. It's like how I acknowledge the role of Minister Pahad in the publication of this book. I publicly acknowledge the role played by the Foundation for Human Rights in assisting me to reopen the Timor inquest, representing us during the full bench hearings, the SCA hearings, assisting other families. So they played a pivotal role, absolutely pivotal role, and it's a role that they have played and I have played in the absence of the state failing to execute its duties. That must be emphasized.
Thank you. Now I refer you to paragraph 49 of your affidavit, and that is page 1017 of the paginated page.
Sure. So the heading, Commissioners, is Civil Society. After conducting my own investigation in 2009, I made contact with the Foundation for Human Rights and former TRC Commissioner Suka to discuss the reopening of Uncle Ahmed's matter. I also made a public call for an inquest to be reopened into his death. I later heard during the 2017 inquest from the testimony that's of Investigation Officer Ben Nell that he belonged to the CATS that form part of the DPCI. They were mandated to investigate cases relating to the TRC. I found no evidence of them investigating any post-TRC matters. After delaying for a number of years, I returned to the FHR in February 2015. Later, in a meeting with Masuka, Advocate Howard Vani, who was also involved in the TRC, and the late private investigator Frank Dutton, I presented my findings that formed the basis of a docket. This was done to seek the reopening of Uncle Ahmed's inquest and to ascertain the truth on how he was killed.
So, can you take us through the steps that were taken leading up to the opening of the inquest into Mr. Ahmed Timor's death?
So Advocate Sime, after I presented my findings, like I've indicated, I mean, this was now the speciality of Mr. Vani, former investigator from the TRC, with his legal pedigree, and renowned investigator Frank Dutton, for them now to compile this and prepare an application to present to the NDPP Sean Abrams. And this is what transpired. I think it's in the next paragraph.
So, can you read that next paragraph into the record?
Sure. So this is paragraph 50, Commissioners. In January 2016, a meeting was arranged through FHR with the NDPP Abrams and his team. FHR presented our new evidence, demonstrating that it was in the interest of justice to reopen Uncle Ahmed and the Agate inquest. This included Dutton obtaining statements from Salim Issouf, remember he was the one detained with Uncle Ahmed, and other detainees who were detained with Uncle Ahmed, as well as others detained in the 1960s who vividly described their torture ordeals. Later, my press releases and evidence led at the reopened inquest resulted in witnesses coming forward to testify, disputing the alleged time of my uncle's death. The police claimed that it was late afternoon, around 1600 hours, when in fact the eyewitnesses testified that it occurred in the early parts of the day. We also acquired the services of experts presenting medical evidence on the nature of wounds and injuries inflicted on my uncle's body ante-mortem, in other words, prior to his death.
And the Judge Mota makes a specific observation around your role, or the role that you played, rather, in the opening of the inquest and following up consistently from the time of the TRC publishing of the book up to 2017 when the inquest is done, and beyond it as you sit now to testify. Can you recollect what he said about your effort?
Can you refer me to the paragraph?
You prefer the paragraph?
Yes, please.
Okay, if you can just hold, I will refer you to it now.
It's paragraph 59 on page 1023.
Thank you.
No, I think, no, I've got that. On paragraph 66, it starts on paragraph 66, page 1025. It states the following. In his finding, Judge Motley held the following. So this is now on page 1026. It is through the persistent effort of Mr. Imtiaz Kaji that this historic sitting of the reopened inquest occurred. His efforts should be emulated as an example of how citizens have to assert their rights. This is in bundle 16, ISC 16. In the June 2021 SCA judgment, Kachalia J.A. stated the following, that I quote, "The Timor family have also been victims of this delay. They have waged what can only be described as a heroic struggle with dogged determination to bring the alleged perpetrators of these crimes to trial," unquote. That's in ISC bundle 17.
In relation to the conduct of the PCLU and the investigation and prosecution of Rodriguez and others in your matter, what would you say this demonstrates? This dicta from Kachalia and from Montle.
Well, Commissioners, it's very clear that Judge Motley is amplifying the role and acknowledging the role that I had played in getting truth and justice for my uncle. And this is echoed by the sentiments of Kachalia JA, that it is the family, and to repeat, with the assistance of civil society, that we have accomplished and ascertained the true events of what happened to my uncle. And this simply means that this was done because the state, whose function it is to execute these duties, mandated in terms of the Constitution and their own rules of engagement, had failed to do so.
Can you read paragraph 64 into the record, or 63 and 64 into the record?
So, Commissioners, this is on page 1025. On paragraph 63, the court ruled that this is Neville Else should be investigated for misleading the court, that he only knew of allegations of assaults on detainees through the media. This is in ISC Bundle 16, despite the fact that they were part of the notorious security branch. And then in 64,
before you move to 64, can you describe Else? Who was Else?
if I recollect, he was a warrant officer stationed at John Foster Square Police Station. And in his testimony in the 2017 inquest, he stated that he was on standby very, very suspiciously on the night of Uncle Irma's fortuitous arrest, when he was stopped at a roadblock and he was called to come and inspect documents in the boot of the car. And subsequently emerged that fellow detainee, Professor Kantilal Naik, made reference to him being tortured by Neville Else. I can also share with you, Commissioners and Advocate Seema, that when Warrant Officer Neville Else came to testify at the 2017 inquest, I very naively was under the impression that he would divulge and speak the truth. But what transpired was that he simply stated that he had no idea about torture, when in fact he was stationed at the 9th and 10th floor of the notorious John Foster Square Police Station, which were 2 floors specifically designed and allocated only to this elite security branch unit, where detainees have testified of the horrendous torture that was inflicted upon them.
Thank you. Can you read paragraph 64?
As for, this is Seth Sons, I think he was a colonel. He too was to be investigated for testifying under oath that he only heard of detainees' assault only through the media. This is in ISC Bundle 16. After Sons testified at the reopened inquest, alleging that he was never involved in assaults or did not know about the assaults at John Foster Square Police Station, 5 other witnesses almost immediately filed witness statements in which they exposed his untruths and linked him directly to conduct of assault. This evidence emerged during the 2017 inquest proceedings and formed the basis of the court's adverse findings against him.
What happened after the court made these rulings to Else and
So it's important to stress that in the Sons matter, the witnesses came immediately after Sens testified. And one of the witnesses is sitting in the gallery, Mr. Kevin Martin, who described his horrendous torture that was inflicted on him and his family by Seth Sons. So in my view, the findings by Judge Motley are very clear. It's about perjury, it's about lying under oath. And hence, as we've discussed earlier, Advocate Seme, I pursued Dr. Turi Pretorius to open up cases against Else and Sons. And if my memory serves me correctly, on the 20th of October 2017, cases were opened up against both of them. And again, this was positive, because within a period of weeks, there were cases opened, and I was under the illusion that the investigations would be fast-tracked and that the 2 of them will have their day in court.
And Can you take us through your relationship with Advocate Batohi around pursuing these matters post the 2017 inquest?
Commissioners, if you talk of reliving trauma, and I don't want to waste the time of the commission of going through, I think Advocate Seme will give reference to the relevant bundle of my email communication with the NPA pursuing the Els and Sons matters, commissioners. And I think I with humility acknowledge my tenacity in following up on this matter, because I don't think many people would have followed it through. My email correspondence, commissioners, reflects my interaction with literally the entire NPA hierarchy. Literally the entire NPA hierarchy. And what I did, as I followed matters through, I updated them on my website. And I thought that shocking them by publicly exposing them would push them into action. But the reality was they remained defiant. They remained defiant. And if I thought about the 6 months giving the runaround by Tory Pretorius on the Rodriguez matter, I think here they were teaching me a lesson. To simply tell me that they will protect Neville Els and Seth's sons. And there's nothing I can do about it. Again, with the assistance, with Weber Wenzel and Mr. Murray Hawthorne at that time. And again, we've got the details and the correspondence, where after 2-3 year period, they make a decision not to charge Els and Sons. They don't interview any of the witnesses like Mr. Kevin Martin, whose affidavits were all presented at the 2017 inquest. It was there. The findings of Judge Motley, Advocate Seme was there. They had to simply follow through, and they gave me the runaround. Till they made a decision that they're not going to charge Els and Sons. Then it becomes more peculiar. That my understanding was this is a direct TRC related matter coming out of the 2017 inquest. The matter is not handled by the TRC component, it gets moved over to representations. And like we read earlier, Advocate McAdam concerned about representations for Cronwright in the Agate matter. The NPA is concerned about representations for Els and Sons. They don't pursue the witnesses who testified.
Ed, I want to refer you to paragraph 103 where you deal with this Els and Sons matter, and it's pages 1042 of the bundle. Can you read paragraph 103 into the record?
So the heading is Els and Sons. To add insult to injury, both the NPA, CAT/DPCI failed to again deliver on their constitutional mandates. This as the challenges continued on the Els and Sons matters. This started from the failure to investigate or causing to investigate the matters properly, to the juggling of the Els and Sons matters between the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, the National Office, National Prosecuting Services under the NPS representations, and the DPP's office in Pretoria, in my view, was a comedy of errors. Simply put, Judge Mortley recommended that in respect of Sons and Els, that they, I quote, their conduct be investigated further with a view to raise appropriate charges. That's in IC Bundle 16.
Go on.
Under paragraph 104, my simple understanding of the law was that the crux of Judge Mortley's recommendation was in response to Els and Sons, both security branch members, denying having any knowledge of detainees being assaulted at John Foster Square Police Station. However, the late, because he was now late, Professor Kantilal Naik, testified at the 2017 inquest that Els was one of his interrogators, and as a result of torture, he lost mobility in his hand. We also found that in Els's personal police file, confirms that Kukula Sidwa brought a civil suit against Els and Major Cronwright and Warrant Officer Deercliffs. That's in Bundle 32. Cronwright was later implicated with Security Branch Officer Nick Dietlefs in the Agate matter. Dietlefs also played a role in another reopened inquest into the death of Mr. Ernest Dipali, who died approximately 6 months after Agate, also at John Foster Square Police Station. Certainly, to me, this was not a coincidence, and given that my uncle died in 1971, and the subsequent civil claim was instituted some 9 years later, it would not be conjecture to draw the conclusion that assaults and torture were routinely exercised by the security branch.
If you think about what happened in the investigation of Els and Sons and the time lapse that occurred, particularly with the witness, Professor Naik, being still alive at that time, do you draw parallels with what happened in your case, specifically with your Uncle Ahmed's case, until the time that Rodriguez passed away?
Absolutely. There's absolutely no doubt. And the details are deposed in this affidavit. That what they were simply doing is that they were playing for time. So Professor Naik passes on, and then they say they could not take a statement. Dr. Salim Isup is not well, they cannot take a statement. But when they were healthy, immediately after the inquest, they failed to interview them. Now, in the Timor matter, commissioners, we go back to the timeline. Judge Motley makes a finding on the 12th of October 2017, Advocate Seme. I then follow up for 6 months getting the runaround. Within a 3-month period, DPP Chauke and his office institute charges against João Rodriguez. This is the 30th of June 2018. Then Rodriguez has 19 court appearances from the 30th of June 2018 till around 30th of June, July 2021. 19 court appearances, and all of his appearances are postponed. During this period, he brings out a 342A application, a permanent stay of prosecution application, so that the charges must not be laid against him. Again, if my memory serves me correctly, May 2019, the full court listens to his arguments. 3 judges, Kolapan, Opperman, and Motsidi. June 2019, they make a decision, they dismiss the application. His counsel then appeals to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein. Remember, full bench hearing, commissioners, is June 2019. His matter gets heard at the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein around October 2020. Look at the time delay. It's COVID, it's done virtually. The findings of the SCA is made in May, June 2021. Again, his legal counsel then lodged an application now to go to the apex court, which is a constitutional court. And by the time they make the applications, in September 2021, Rodriguez passes on. So I sit and I watch this proceedings unfold. I take time off at work. I take leave. I go to the Johannesburg High Court. I go to the Palm Ridge High Court. And I attend almost all of his 19 court appearances, commissioners. Many times it's only me and him and his legal counsel. And the matter gets postponed. I've got no understanding how the legal system works. I've got to now figure it out, that in terms of this constitution that is heralded the best in the world, Rodriguez has got rights. And his counsel, Jab Salias, argues that the rights of his client are infringed in terms of this constitution. He's not given a fair trial, the issue about his age, the issue about lapse of memory, the issue about the TRC investigating, interviewing him in 1997, the NPA failing to conclude the case in 2003. They then allege political interference. They allege allegations that there was a secret amnesty deal. And on that basis, they say, no, our client cannot be charged. And again, assisted by the Foundation for Human Rights and my legal, I'm following these proceedings as a layman to trying to grasp and comprehend. We had no rights during apartheid. Post 1994, it appears to me that Rodriguez has got more rights than us. And I'm questioning and saying, but what kind of a constitution is this? We reopened the inquest. Judge Modley made a profound finding, not based on emotions or because he paid tribute to me, based on evidence that had to be presented. And now he doesn't have his day in court. He's exercising his rights in terms of the Constitution. And I'm trying to understand that how can this Constitution be heralded the best in the world, Advocate Seaman? And then when I do my research, I'm attracted to the opinion of S.C. Moses Sikakane, who then argues and says, but this Constitution is heralded by those who are privileged and those that are white in complexion. And I'm grappling, as I'm not a legal person, to say, but surely we're not asking for preference. But how does this man does not have his day in court? And he is the man that has all the answers of what happened to my uncle. And he evades accountability and justice for a 4-year period where he literally plays us. He plays the system. And I have no recourse. Absolutely no recourse.
Subsequent to the matter being delayed for hearing at the Constitutional Court, you write to the Office of the Chief Justice. At that time, it was Chief Justice Zondo. And in this regard, I refer to page 1041 of the paginated bundle, and perhaps to have a proper sequence and so that everybody can follow. Let's begin at 1040, paragraph 97, and then if you can just go through those paragraphs.
Sure. So paragraph 97, Commissioners. Rodriguez passes away on 7th September 2021, bringing an end to our attempts to find closure. On the 3rd November 2021, Mr. Ben Minar, counsel for Rodriguez, requests the Constitutional Court for the matter to proceed. He argued that there were a number of other cases before various courts in the country, and the same issues would arise that needed to be resolved. So a clear indication that Mr. Minar was saying that this matter did not only apply to Rodriguez, but applied to many, many other members, which I would imagine is the former apartheid era security branch of police officers. And on that basis, he requested that the matter must proceed. In paragraph 98, on 14 January 2022, the Foundation for Equality Before the Law, just some context, Commissioner. So this is the foundation that basically represents former apartheid era police officers. They've been instituted a number of years ago to represent their interests. They filed a notice of motion for leave to appeal on behalf of the late Rodriguez, and this is in bundle 29. On the 24th of January 2022, this was dismissed as the applicant Rodriguez was deceased. This unfolded in terms of Rule 7.1 and Rule 7.2 of the Rules of the Constitutional Court, that's in ISC Bundle 3. It was therefore grave injustice to the family and myself that Rodriguez was not held accountable, and he evaded justice for his role in the murder of Uncle Ahmed, as per the 2017 inquest finding.
So, you write a letter that's at paragraph 99.
So, remember, I watched these proceedings. Parallel, I watched Else and Sons. Now I watch Rodriguez. And I'm trying to explore what other avenue do I have? Who do I raise this matter with? And then on the 27th of May 2022, I lodged a complaint with the Office of the Chief Justice. I think that was Chief Justice, the retired Zondo. And my prayer for the office was to investigate the prolonged time delay in hearing the Rodriguez appeal. And for ease of reference, I indicated a timeline. I stated that it took 47 years to overturn the ruling of suicide and another 3 years for the judiciary to decide on Rodriguez's application. Inevitably, 5 decades later, the wheels of justice ground to an abrupt halt, and Rodriguez was never held accountable for his actions. My complaint, therefore, was in view of the inconsistencies that I witnessed on how other matters were prioritized. Example, matters relating to President Zuma, amongst others. So for me as a layman, my perspective was that important matters relating to our tragic history were not prioritized. And in the end, the Rodriguez matter took forever, with him dying before his criminal trial could commence. So no priority. And this was not a matter about Rodriguez and Timor. The Foundation for Equality Before the Law is saying that we want to confront this matter once and for all, because it applies to all our members. And the Concord applies the law and say, no, he's deceased, it can't proceed. So inevitably, my understanding is that it's a matter of time where this argument will resurface. Whether it's in a Craddock 4 matter or it's in any other matter, but it will resurface. And the reality is that this period of 4 or 5 years have lapsed. And by now, if the Concord had attended to this matter, we would have had a finding, and these matters would have been dealt with, because the Concord finding, my understanding, apex findings are final. And this matter could never be raised again by counsels of apartheid era perpetrators.
What did the Constitutional Court say in response to your letter of the 27th of May, 2022? And in this respect, I refer you to paragraph 100 at page 1041 of your affidavit.
So the response was received, the response received was that due to the case of Rodriguez being dismissed by the Concord on 24th February 2022, and a court order that was issued, the matter was not in the mandate of the National Complaints Officer. I was further informed that the mandate of the OCJ was limited to investigating delivery complaints related to the SE. In addition, I was informed that when a court order is issued, the officials of the OCJ cannot investigate matters pertaining to court orders and processes where presiding officers, judges, arrive at decisions they make. In conclusion, the OCJ informed me that they had no mandate to investigate matters where the Concord made a decision, and my complaint was therefore closed. In my view, there was something seriously wrong. It had been repeatedly raised that TRC matters of vital importance, given time period within which it occurred and was investigated, and then enrolled for guidance from the highest courts in the land. Given the urgency in dealing with the TRC matters, the matters could not just be placed on the court rolls awaiting decisions and dates.
You may continue, 101.
On 101? For me, what was most concerning was that almost 4 years had passed since Judge Motley 2017 ruling, and Rodriguez was never held accountable for his role in the murder of my uncle. I literally witnessed the slow wheels of justice in a matter of critical significance, not only for the Timor family, but for the country in addressing its painful past. It literally grinded to an abrupt halt. The raw pain of still not knowing what happened to our loved ones was left untreated. I am therefore of the view that the NPA and the DSO, with SAPS, through the CATS and DPCI structures, must take full responsibility for their failure to act where they had a constitutional obligation to do so.
Can you now explain that in the context of also the experience you had in dealing with the courts, particularly the urgency of treating Ahmed Timol's matter, the Constitutional Court?
So, as a layman, somebody who's pursued these matters since 1996, and again assisted by the Foundation for Human Rights, I struggle to grasp and understand that how did these events play itself out? Because this was never about just Ahmed Timol and João Rodriguez. This is about our history. And it sent a message to me that this government and its institutions and its legislation and laws and this constitution heralded as the best in the world, we're not asking for preference, but it never took into consideration the constant pain and trauma that we continued enduring. And here the Rodriguez matter is a clear classical example of how the state and the state institutions failed, and they failed dismally. And that is something that is very painful, coming back to how our loved ones were lost and the freedom and how the freedom was attained. And again, we're not asking for special favors, commissioners and advocates, but surely that if they applied their mind, they would have dealt with this very sensitive issue about the past, and we would have progressed as a nation.
I want to take you back to the issue of the post-inquest deliberations that you had with a number of families and taking the matter forward and their matters forward. And in this regard, I want to refer you, and I don't know if commissioners you have it, but there is an excerpt from your book, which is a letter that your grandmother wrote to the Agate family that informed your, it is online, but I will just ask you to read it into the record, and once you've read that letter, then you can go to the stage of explaining your involvement post the inquest into other families and the task teams.
I can confirm, Ms. Seme, that we do not have a copy of that letter.
Can you just pause it?
Is it one of the annexes to affidavit?
We've uploaded it, and I'm not sure if it's uploaded on the internet, but maybe for the sake of time, may I just request, Chair, that he reads out
It
the
be
list.
read into the
It
record.
read into the record, and then we will
Yes.
deal with how
Yes.
it is to be taken. You may proceed, Mr.
Thanks, Advocate Sema. So this is a letter that I've included in my 2005 book titled Timor, A Quest for Justice. And it reads as follows. It's an undated letter sent by Miss Hawa Timor, and that's my maternal grandmother, Uncle Ahmed's mom. P.O. Box is 446, Roodepoort, 1725. And it reads as follows. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Agate and family, my deepest sympathies on the loss of your son Neil. I can imagine how you must be feeling, because I felt the same when I lost my son, also while in detention, and also the same age. Please be brave. God is great, and may he rest his soul in peace. Yours truly, Ms. Hawa Timor, P.O. Box 446, Roodepoort, 1725, telephone number 6991762. And I sourced this letter, commissioners, letter written to the Agate family by Hawa Timor on the death in detention of their son, Neil, and the source is the UCT library.
How has this letter and your experiences with your grandmother informed what you say in your affidavit is your involvement with the other families' pursuit for the truth and justice concerning what happened to their loved ones?
Commissioners, as I've indicated, I picked up early on when I developed this bond with my grandmother that she was always concerned about others. And I've explained it in the Agate matter, in the Saluji matter. But also in the Saluji matter, Advocate Semi, I built a relationship with the late Suleiman Babla Saluji's wife, Auntie Rukeya, who is late. And you know, I subsequently found out that when he died in police detention in 1964, where they claim he had jumped to his death from the Grays building, which was prior to the John Foster Square police station, she stated that his inquest lasted 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And I made a promise to her that I will ensure that for as long as I live, that the Suleiman Babla Saluji matter will be investigated and an inquest will be reopened. So these are promises that I've made that I hold on to very dearly. And this matter is currently under investigation by the NPA. So they can provide more details about the status. As indicated in my book launch 2005, the Timor inquest was done. It was an unprecedented verdict post-1994. For the very first time, an apartheid-era inquest was reversed. This was momentous, a significant milestone post-1994. So I could have simply just sat back and said, the matter is over, it's done. But I believe strongly in accountability, in truth and justice, because that is what our journey is all about. And that is why I pursued the Else and Sons matters. But apart from that, commissioners, what transpired post-2017 is that family members throughout the country reached out to me. And they said, but Imtiaz, you were 5 years old when your uncle died. How could you play this pivotal role in getting your uncle's inquest reopened? And I said, no, this has been a lifelong journey. This is what I've done, how I've embarked upon it. This is the support enlisted by the Foundation for Human Rights. This is how we go about doing and reopening these matters. And that is the context for which I participated in task teams with the Foundation for Human Rights. So I had no other ulterior motive because the Rodriguez matter was now on the criminal roll. Else and Sons matter was now with the NPA and DPCI. My hands were tied. So I could have simply walked away, taken the accolades that Judge Motley had bestowed upon me with humility, and say my journey is over. But I have believed consistently that this journey is part of my calling. That with no academic qualifications, I had succeeded in publishing a book in 2005. Getting a postgrad diploma in management security in 2012, I enabled, with the assistance of the Foundation for Human Rights, to have an inquest reopened. So it was a moral obligation on my part, Advocate Sime, to assist others.
I refer you to paragraph 112 of your affidavit.
Sorry, one?
112 of your affidavit. It is page 1049 of the one.
Sure. Assisting other families.
Yes. Can you read that into the record?
Sure. So this is page 1049. I participated in 3 task teams post the 2017 inquest. The purpose of the task teams were to assist other families to get closure and answers on what happened to their loved ones. Even though the Timor family finding had been reversed, I was of the view that together with families, we could collect information and evidence mirroring my journey of investigation to show that the loved ones and victims in other families had also died under suspicious circumstances. This was provided at no expense to any person, as I believe it was my calling. Furthermore, the manner in which my matter had been investigated was at no cost to my family or myself. In other words, the costs were incurred by the Foundation for Human Rights. And that is why I've always and continue to be eternally grateful to them for the role they had played.
Continue.
113, paragraph 113. The first task team commenced around February 2018 and included representatives of the FHR, the Legal Resources Center, Kulumani Support Group, the legal firm Weber Wenzel, including foreign interns, advocates Howard Vani and Ty Scott, private investigator Frank Dutton, and journalists from Oryx Media, Mr. Benny Gould and Roger Friedman. The task team collapsed around 2018 after one of the attendees from FHR, Weber Wenzel, refused to share information with participants of the meeting. Transparency and strategy were important in actioning a plan to expedite TRC matters, and thereafter no further meetings took place.
So we are not going to talk a lot about the task team per se and how they functioned, because the focus here is to indicate, in respect of our terms of reference, these constant efforts and attempts to stop investigations and prosecutions of TRC cases. When we refer to your role and how you've participated in the task teams, you eventually then withdraw, and and I want to specifically focus on the role that Tori Pretorius plays again as he now resurfaces in the task team. place on record how were these task teams formed, what was their purpose, and what did it mean for you to hear that comment that actually was the straw that broke the camel?
So Commissioners, this is now the second team that commenced in March 2019. Again, initiated by the Foundation for Human Rights, because they are the key actor and key stakeholder in these matters. I am just a family member keen on and committed to assist other families. And a relationship is struck and arrangements are made that, again, based on the momentum after the 2017 inquest, that we need to start escalating and intensifying the calls for reopening of other inquests. And that is where this task team is constituted. And from the Foundation for Human Rights and Weber Wenzel, it's Frank Dutton and myself who are part of this task team. Other participants include DPCI investigators, and from the NPA, Dr. Tori Pretorius and Advocate Singh. We make significant progress in the second task team, where we now, with my experience and research, try and indicate to investigating officers, how do you go about reopening cold cases? You need to go and access apartheid era records. Where do you find them? How do you trace family witnesses? How do you identify who are the relevant stakeholders? And my recollection is that with the NPA, with Advocate Singh, we compiled a training manual so that investigating officers now had a training manual to say this is how we go about dealing with these matters. Long story short, Commissioners, we have a number of meetings. And at one particular meeting, we get somebody chairing the meeting who I've never seen for the first time. And this person opens the meeting by making a comment about the 10th floor. And like you are shocked and surprised, I was just shocked and surprised, making a joke about the 10th floor. But because of the acoustics in the room, I could not hear properly, so I did not confront him immediately. He goes on to talk about a farmer in Bella Bella that has already contacted him about the case that they're working on. And immediately it comes to my attention, but how does this farmer know that there's some investigation that is launched against him, which means that information has been shared with him? So as this meeting unfolds, I'm now becoming weary. And already from the first meeting of the second task team, Commissioners, I respectfully raised a concern that it was troublesome and worrisome that if we get apartheid era prosecutors, white in particular, to investigate these cases, when they go to the wives of the Craddock Four, they are not going to trust them. They are not going to trust them. Families are not going to trust them because they are apartheid era police officers, apartheid era prosecutors. So I raised this respectfully in the task team, in the first meeting and in the subsequent meetings. When the meeting concluded, I concurred with some of the colleagues that my hearing was correct, that the person concerned did make jokes about the 10th floor. And what I subsequently did, I followed up in email correspondence to Dr. Tori Pretorius, that this is what transpired, making jokes about the 10th floor, an alleged suspect knows about the status of a case against him. I've asked for updates on the Elson Sons matter, and he says I'm harassing him. And then I raised the issue that there's a concern. If you get the apartheid era prosecutors and IOs, families are not going to trust them. What subsequently transpired, Advocate Sima, is that he wrote correspondence not to me but to my legal counsel. And he quoted some case law saying that I'm conflicted and that I must be recused from the task team. Now, I'm not a legal person. I don't know about case law. But what I had done was that I had touched a nerve. And I said, there's a concern here. And we need to deal with this concern. And the council felt at the time that I must recuse myself from the task team, so I recused myself from the task team. It's a very difficult pill to swallow, because all I'm trying to do was to assist. My uncle's matter was done, and I think they were afraid of the progress that we were making. And they specifically dealt with me, and they succeeded in dealing with me, because after I was recused, I have no evidence that there was any progress or further meetings of the task team.
Your efforts now are in post-2017. and they are all directed at fast-tracking these investigations and prosecutions. And you make recommendations to the NPA, and your recommendations, together with FHR, form this manual. This informs in your assertion that there has been movement from the NPA towards trying to at least deal with these cases. Can you place that on record in respect of the investigation and the prosecution of TRC cases?
So quickly, Commissioners, it's important to set context. So the two task teams have collapsed. There's another third task team that collapses. But there's a shift in the approach of the NPA. I think I was so relentless in pursuing them. Email communication and publicly, because I criticized them. And I felt it was constructive. And the late Deputy National Director, Advocate Rodney de Kock, I think he challenged me. And he said, look, Imtiaz, come and work with us. We have a new model, a new approach. Let's deal with TRC matters. And when he opened this door, how he had done it, the NPA can shed light on that. The TRC cases were removed from the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit. It went to a new TRC component. And the person running the TRC component was Advocate Singh, who I worked with closely in 2018 when we developed the training manual. So when Advocate de Kock opened the door, I said, based on my experiences, based on my concerns, you know, as they say, you keep on throwing stones from outside, but sometimes you need to get into the fire. I then said, no, it's about time that we change this narrative from inside. Because what he's simply saying is that for us as families, we now have access to a prosecutor and an investigating officer assigned to our cases, which is unprecedented. From 2003, our legal counsels would write to the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit and there'll be correspondence, and PCLU will blame DPCI and DPCI. Now, as a family, we're sitting with the DPP. So we sit with DPP Chauke, where we started. And DPP Chauke and his team sat attentively and they listened to all of us, no interruptions, and said, look, we are prepared to work with you. Help us, here's a prosecutor, here's the IO assigned to your case, assist them, provide them with information, details of witnesses. So it started a new chapter, unprecedented. And that is where I felt that we need to now start changing and getting the state to start functioning, because it's their function and their mandate. And that is where this new relationship started. By that particular time, we had also set up the Apartheid Era Victims Family Group with Harun Aziz. And the intention, Commissioners, was very clear, that as families, we needed our own voice. Councils have got an important role to play, but now we needed to speak in our own voice. Because everybody's got their own agenda, they've got their own motives, they're driven at different levels. But nobody can beat the voice of a victim, an affected party. And that is where this new relationship started, of us speaking directly and engaging with the DPPs in different divisions throughout the country, Advocate Singh.
I want us to address the issue of political interference and how initially your stance was that there is political interference, and political interference is responsible for the stalling or the non-investigation of and prosecution of TRC cases, and how you now hold a different view, because there seems to be a stark difference, and you need to really take the commission into its confidence to understand you, because you went on affidavit and different fora where you said that there was political interference. If I could just. No, I said 2 o'clock.
Ms. Sime, I'm not sure whether you had taken cue of the fact that I had said we'll adjourn at 2 o'clock. And that's why you are now starting a new issue with your witness, or you'd want us to adjourn for lunch now?
Commissioners, I'll be guided by you.
Yes.
I take your directions.
Yes, how much long do you still have to go with your witness?
If I can just have just 30 minutes.
30 minutes. We'll proceed then.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners.
So, I've stated this, deposed in my affidavits, I've stated this publicly, so that there's no misunderstanding and dispute about this, Advocate Seaman Commissioners. That from the first affidavit that I deposed in 2017, at the reopened Timor inquest, and we can make reference to it, where I alleged that it was political interference. Now, this was as advised by my legal counsel, and I believe my legal counsel. So I was under no duress when I stated this, because I believe the narrative of Advocate Piccoli, Advocate Ackerman, and the publications of Bubenza and Schmidt, that there was political interference. So at that particular time, I never thoroughly interrogated it. I accepted it and I deposed it. So there should be no dispute around that. Subsequently, in the full bench hearings, again, I deposed the same affidavit with the same assertion that I believe there was political interference. And that subsequently went to the SCA. Again, there's no dispute on my part. I've said it privately, I've said it publicly, and I've said it under oath. But Commissioners, after my experience in the Rodriguez matter, the Els matter, the Sons matter, I've made reference here in my affidavit, in the Agate matter, there was absolutely no coincidence that a few days after the senior interrogator Whitehead passes on, they reopened the inquest. In the Dr. Hussein Hafiji matter, shortly before after, the senior interrogator Andy Taylor passes on, the inquest is reopened. When I start looking at these events, Ben Nell tells us, Commissioners, at the Agate inquest, under oath, he states that I was called a traitor because I was investigating TRC cases. The transcripts are there. When I look at all of this, my experiences in the collapse of the task teams, of how Dr. Tori Pretorius, I didn't know I was that important to use case law for me to be recused, and I'm not even a lawyer or legal counsel. It dawned upon me that I'm a threat to them. Because when I touched the nerve of saying apartheid era prosecutors, apartheid era investigating officers, they were offended. So after real life experiences, Commissioners, like I did in 2005, I retreated. I said, let me sit back, let me do introspection. Now it's time for me to do my own research, my own investigation, present my own analysis. And what do? I don't start post-2003. I don't start at the TRC. I start prior to the TRC. What was the context for the unbanning of political parties in 1990? I understand, I research, I interrogate, I make a finding. What was the context under which the country holds this Truth and Reconciliation Commission? I make a finding. And it's important for me just to share some of my findings on the TRC, now in hindsight. No coincidence, Commissioners. Prior to 27 April 1994, the apartheid regime arrest one Flak Plus operative, a Colonel Eugene de Kock. Post-1994, at the TRC, with documentaries on SABC and in the media, our entire focus is driven on one individual. And all sorts of names are allocated to him. And we all hate this man for the heinous crimes he had committed. And what does this man do? He appears before the TRC, he makes full disclosure. In a book published by the late Jeremy Gordon, he narrates every single crime he had committed, every single detailed crime he had committed. The TRC finds him guilty amnesty is denied, he's sentenced. I sit and ask myself, how does one individual pay the price of all the crimes of an entire party regime for 3 decades? Nobody asked the question. Even when he testifies in the Craddock 4 matter, the media continue labeling him. But nobody asks, how could one man commit all these crimes? Nobody asks, where his commanders? Where are the politicians who gave him awards, commendation certificates? He has paid the price, he served his jail time, he showed remorse, and he's all alone. Now, each victim, affected party can respond differently of how they treat him and they treat perpetrators. But Advocate Sime, for me, after the journey that I've been through, something's not right for one man to pay this price. And that is why, when I looked at the TRC, the period under scrutiny is 1960 to 1990 and then extended to 1994. But you cannot look at the TRC from 1960 to 1990. You need to start in 1652, when the settlers came. You need to look at 1884, at the Berlin Conference, when they invaded and they raped the African continent. Then you need to look at 1912 to 1960. For 48 years, there's a peaceful what you call. Then you come to the armed struggle. So you need to take all of this into context. We come at the TRC. All perpetrators have got to do is apply for amnesty. Make full disclosure, link into a political act, and they get granted amnesty. And what do we find? They don't come forward. In the Timor matter, nobody comes forward. They don't apply for amnesty, they are not subpoenaed. So when I revisit all of this, my experiences, I look at Kwamatuka, where the Kwamatuka massacre, where all the perpetrators are acquitted. I look at the Dr. Basson case, he is acquitted. I revisit the Chikani matter from my perspective. I have a view of that. When I look at all of this, I then tell myself, no, this is not political interference. This is deliberate conduct on the part of individuals aligned to the apartheid-era regime that are making sure that these matters are not investigated and prosecuted.
And in that regard, Commissioners, I'll just refer to the paragraph. You don't have to read it into the record. It's paragraph 149 and paragraph 150 of Mr. Kaji's affidavit, page 1065. There is a point that you make about this issue of political interference and the obligation that remained on those who allege political interference under the NPA Act. And in this regard, I refer you to paragraph 151, 152, and the reference, the specific reference to the NPA Act and Section 41. You don't have to really read all of this into the record, maybe in the interest of time, but just to contextualize from your perspective what it would have meant for Advocate Bikoli, Macadam, and Ackerman for them to know that there is political interference and what actions were they required to take?
Again, Commissioners, Advocate Seven, as a layman, my understanding is as follows. That when they appointed within the National Prosecuting Authority, they'd taken an oath to serve without fear, favor, and prejudice. And if anybody interfered in their duties, they had an obligation to open up a case of defeating the ends of justice against them. Whether it was a president, whether it was a minister, whether it was a DG, whoever it was, that if they felt that their duties were interfered with, my understanding is that they had the opportunity to open up a case of defeating the ends of justice. And my recollection is that it has never transpired.
And you say this at paragraph 152 with reference to the court judgment of the full court and Rodriguez. Can you read paragraph 152 into the record?
Sure. At paragraph 57, the court held the following, I quote, "In whatever form the alleged political interference occurred, the NPA was mandated in terms of both its constitutional and legal responsibilities to act on behalf of society to protect the public interest. In terms of Section 179.2 of the Constitution, it empowered the NPA to institute criminal proceedings on behalf of the state, while Section 179.4 requires the NPA to exercise its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice, and requires the enactment of legislation to give effect to this requirement.
And you also referred to Section 41 of the NPA Act, which relates to anybody who tries to interfere with the obligation of those tasked with prosecuting crimes in South Africa. So anybody who interferes
Correct.
or who tries to dissuade them, what should happen?
Well, I mean, the Act is very clear. Which paragraph is it?
It's paragraph 153. And it's stated by Nsebenza in the affidavit. I'm missing the specifics, the specific paragraph that I wanted to refer you to, but in the interest of time, if you can just,
I think that's 158.4
okay, thank you,
on page 1071.
thank you.
If there was evidence that amounted to a violation of Section 41.1 of the NPA Act. So my simple understanding, Commissioners, is that the full bench and SCA had ruled that irrespective of any interference that hindered the NPA from executing its duties, they had a moral obligation in terms of the Act to open up a case of defeating the ends of justice. And under no circumstances were they allowed to just succumb to any level of interference, as they alleged.
Are you aware that either Advocate Bikoli, Antor Ankerman, Macadam, all of whom say under oath that there was political interference, took any of these steps?
Not that I'm aware of.
And the fact that they hadn't taken these steps, what impact did it have on your shift from political interference to saying that this was deliberate ineptitude orchestrated from within by members of the NPA tasked with investigating and prosecuting TRC cases?
Well, my understanding is that as seasoned prosecutors holding senior positions within the NPA, and as they've stated, the law is the law is the law, they should have been very familiar with the fact that if somebody interfered with their duties, what do they do?
Finally, I want to give you an opportunity to deal with one aspect that you've been passionate about, which is in relation to the gross human rights violations by the former liberation movements and the gross human rights violation by the members of the security branch and the state against those who were fighting for the liberation of this country.
Commissioners, I found it very difficult to comprehend that the TRC can make a finding that the liberation movement had conducted gross human rights violation in the camps manned by the African National Congress. In other words, equating gross human rights violations committed by the apartheid regime to that of those allegedly committed in the camps. And the TRC equates this. Now for me, my understanding is as follows. You are an oppressive regime, illegitimate regime. Apartheid is declared a crime against humanity. All peaceful avenues for you to explore are shut down. The masses are left with one option, which is to embark on an armed struggle. You embark on an armed struggle from 1960 to 1985, not targeting civilians. Then, because of the dire situation in the country, the ANC makes a shift at the Kabwe conference. You infiltrate and penetrate the camps. You poison people at the camps. People coming out of the camps, coming into the country are intercepted. So you want to hold the oppressed people on the same standards that you hold that of an oppressive regime. I find that mind-boggling. I find that absolutely, in other words, and this is where this argument that I found has continuously arose, that you come after us, we come after you. And my understanding, again, it's a very simple scenario that I've played out in my mind, commissioners. I'm 15, 16 years old. I lose an uncle. My family is harassed by the security police. I leave the borders of this country to go into exile, to join a liberation movement to continue the struggle. I live in a camp. And in this camp, there are enemy agents who are poisoning us, and we are dying. In this camp, enemy agents are reporting to the apartheid area handlers. So when we come back in the country, they are waiting for us at the border post. So what are those people in the camp supposed to do? Take the enemy agents, hand them over to the United Nations? Hand them over to the Angolan government? So they create this environment, they put you in a corner, they infiltrate and penetrate you, and then they want to hold you to the same standards to which the oppressors and the racist regime had embarked upon. So I find it absolutely mind-boggling that the TRC can make this particular finding, equating our struggle and the losses suffered by us compared to the losses suffered by the apartheid regime. It can never be.
Thank you, Mr. Kaji. Thanks, Commissioners, and thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Seme. Thank you. That was very good leading of your witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pillay, do you have any clarificatory questions to put to the witness?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, we just want to note that we did represent Mr. Kaji in the past, as is evident from his statement. We have submitted an affidavit that was deposed to by Mr. Kimmy from the Foundation for Human Rights, and we believe that Mr. Kimmy's affidavit addresses the allegations that Mr.
No,
Kaji
but
has put forward.
I'm asking for clarificatory questions.
I do understand, Chair.
Yes.
In terms of clarificatory questions, it was just important that we note that the affidavit is there, but also that we don't have any clarificatory questions to Mr. Kaji. With all due respect to Mr. Kaji, we don't believe that his evidence is actually relevant to this Commission's inquiries.
It is not for you to say, it's for you to show
I take
that
the point.
it is not relevant.
I accept that, Chair.
Yes. Do you intend to do that?
No, Chair, we have no questions of clarification for Mr.
Okay.
Kaji.
But do you intend to apply for the cross-examination of Mr. Kaji?
No, Chair, we only wish to rely on the statement that was
On what basis can you do that? Can you enlighten us in the light of the rules and regulations that we have?
Chair, there is a statement before this commission.
Yes, on what basis can we rely on that statement to counteract the evidence that is before us?
Chair, I do take the point. In view of what you're saying, I think it would be pertinent for us to actually call the deponent of the statement to give evidence.
On what basis do we allow you to have that avenue?
Okay, Chair.
On what basis do we allow this evidence before us to be given effect to by the presentation of evidence?
Thank you, Chair. I've just taken an instruction. What my attorney has said is that we will then make an application to cross-examine Mr. Kaji, and we'll
Yes.
put that information before him.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Tsahaya? Make yourself audible, Ms. Tsahaya. I know you speak loud.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to the witness. We don't have any clarification questions. As you notice, my lead is not here today, but the British junior is here. I just want to place her on the record.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My apologies, I've not had the opportunity to place myself on record yet. So just
Yes.
for housekeeping,
And you are
Matseleng Lekwane,
Lehwane.
Lekwane, Lekoane.
Yes, Ms. Lukwane.
Yes, I'm the second junior representing the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Do you have any clarificatory
No, we
questions to
don't.
put
As
to the
no,
witness?
no, we do not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Rikotso?
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Mr. or Advocate Smelane, at the moment we do not have any clarificatory questions. My senior is also not here, but we will take direction from him if we do intend to. Maybe I don't see it happening, but we may need to cross-examine. But at this point, we just reserve our rights.
Thank you. Mr. Kwala?
Thank you, Chair. I am not Mr. Gwala, but he has given me the permission to
We
take
can
over.
Yes,
see
Ms.
that.
Nkloko.
Yes, we have just a few clarification questions for Mr. Kaji. Mr. Kaji, my name is Yanela Ntloko. You are welcome to use either my first name or my last name. Before we start, thank you so much for your testimony. It has been quite helpful. And well, we do acknowledge the pain and all that you've had to endure to in fact get to this place. And so, well, I guess one could say kudos to you and all the tenacity that you've put into it. Just a few clarification questions, therefore, from our end. So, one of the first questions that we'd want to just deal with, you indicate in the Rodriguez matter, you interacted with some of the NPA prosecutors. Could you kindly share who those prosecutors were?
So, in the Rodriguez matter, like I've indicated, I followed up immediately with Dr. Tori Pretorius, who opened up a case against Joe Rodriguez, right? Then for a 6 months period, the docket kept on moving, or the responses I got from Dr. Pretorius was that it was moving between.
No, that's not the point. Who did you interact with?
Yes,
name them. Name them. If there is a follow-up, there will be a follow-up.
No, that's noted. So between Dr. Pretorius, and this is based on what the information that they had presented, Commissioner Homo, so it's not me. The DPP office in Gauteng, which is DPP Chauke,
Yes.
and then the prosecutor was Advocate Singh.
Just for the record, is that Shabdam Singh?
That's correct.
And also in your testimony, you indicated that there were people that you believed to have been obstructive in the manner in which these cases were dealt with. Would you be in a position to tell this commission who you believe was obstructive by names?
Well, again, remember, this is, first and foremost, I was not there, so this is my interpretation and analysis of what transpired. Well, I mean, for me, the prosecutors, Anton Ackerman, Dr. Tori Pretorius, Advocate Chris McAdam, they were primarily responsible for the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, and in my view, I don't believe that there was political interference. I believe they obstructed the post-TRC investigations and prosecutions by their conduct.
And then just our last question in relation to Advocate Singh. Can you tell this commission, when did you start working with or interacting with Advocate Singh? And I can confirm that at the time you spoke to DP Chauke, she was in her office.
That's correct. She emerged when the TRC or when the 2017 inquest was reopened. I think Dr. Pretorius was the senior prosecutor and she was, I think, the junior. So that was the first time that we started interacting and engaging. Then obviously during the course of her role in getting João Rodriguez criminally charged, we interacted on that particular matter. And then in the 2018, it's in my affidavit, the second task team,
Yes.
where the two of us with others were responsible for creating the training manual and working out the model of how we intend pursuing TRC cases. So that was then, and then lastly, after the late Deputy National Director, Advocate Rodney de Kock, opened the doors for the Apartheid Era Victims Family Group to interact with DPP's nationally with families directly. We've interacted with her because she's a nodal point from the NPA. So whenever there's issues or concerns raised by family members, we have a model where processes are registered and escalated. And my role as the AVFG coordinator, I then interact with Advocate Singh.
And I know I said the one final question based on what you've said. What then has been your impression of Advocate Singh throughout?
Well, I think I've demonstrated it in the affidavit that there's a clear commitment and an appetite to deal with TRC cases since they were relocated from the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit to the new TRC component. And that came under the instruction and the leadership of the late Rodney de Kock. So she's been totally committed. We raise issues, and we have a process, because remember, I don't have power of attorney. So when families interact with DPPs and they're not comfortable, they're not happy with progress, they bring it to my attention, and then I interact with her. So there's regular feedback, and whenever the challenges that are experienced by family members, you know, she interacting with Colonel Nkuna from DPCI, facilitate and provide the necessary support. So a complete shift from what transpired under PCLU and from what is transpiring under the newly established TRC component that was established, I think, around September 2021.
Thank you so much. Those are our clarification questions.
Thank you. Ms. DeForce?
Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. There are no clarification questions from the Presidency.
Thank you. Ms. Seme, I dare say there are no questions on your side based on the clarificatory questions that have been put to your witness.
Are you
The
intimidated?
hearing is in order. There are no clarification questions, save to state what I've been instructed by my leader, Mr. Semenya, to place on record that subs are not in attendance and they send their apology.
Thank you. It's noted. Mr. Kaji, we know how difficult it is for you to come and give evidence of this nature before this commission. To that extent, we wish to express our gratitude for having made yourself available to come and give evidence. For now, you are excused as a witness, but as you have heard, there is an intention to apply for your cross-examination, at which time you must make yourself available. Is that understood?
Understood, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Can I just sneak in one quick, while we've got a few minutes? I just want to place on record, I'd like to thank the evidence leaders, Advocate Seema and Advocate Rangat, for assisting me in preparing me for testifying. It's traumatic, it's very difficult, but
Yes.
they were ultimately very professional, and I think it's important for us to promote African female evidence leaders. So I just want to put that on record, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We accept the accolade.
Thank you.
These proceedings are adjourned. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
As the Commission pleases.